Chapter 1817. Looking at Wang Lin and the Mosquito King disappear into the distance, Du Qing revealed a bitter expression. He wished he could slap himself. He suppressed the terror in his heart and moved at full speed to catch up. Ah, this person has many treasures, many essences, and even his fierce beasts are extraordinary. He also has a powerful background and has formed a rare essence true body. I can't provoke him. I can't compare. Du Qing continued to comfort himself, but he still felt very sullen. Damn it, why am I so poor? Really? I can't compare. The more Du Qing thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. After flying for a long time, he still didn't see Wang Lin's figure. This person is the child of the heavens, just like the direct disciples of the big sections. I can't compare. However, everything I have, whether it is my cultivation level or treasures, I obtained them myself. Although I can't compare to him, I'm sure everything he has was given to him by the Grand Empyrean. He is just lucky. Thinking about this, Du Qing felt a bit more balanced. If he knew of Wang Lin's identity and origin, if he knew of Wang Lin's hardships during his 2,000 years of cultivation, he would no longer have any thoughts of balance. If he had been born in the cave world, given 2,000 years and the luck of the greedy wolf, he wouldn't have been able to leave the cave world like Wang Lin had. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month went by. During this half a month, Wang Lin had paused several times to wait for Du Qing to catch up. After flying for half a month, the Mosquito King was full of energy and didn't feel tired at all. After going through many transformations, its speed was extremely terrifying. Not even Du Qing could catch up to it. As it flew, it could absorb the aura of the immortal astral continent and cultivate like a cultivator. As a result, it became faster and faster, several times faster than Wang Lin. Du Qing was in a sorry state. During this half a month, he also didn't rest and continued to move. Every time he saw Wang Lin and the beast that terrified him wait for an unknown amount of time, he would feel depressed. He looked at the Mosquito King with disbelief in his eyes. He had seen many fierce beasts in his life, but it was rare to see one with such speed. AI, the reason he didn't take out that golden seal earlier was because he was tricking me. Now it seems that he clearly had a way to prevent me from catching up to him, but he still intentionally let me catch up to him. This person is too arrogant. Du Qing bitterly smiled. A few more days passed. On this day, when Du Qing was exhausted to the limit, the Blue Dragon sect appeared in the distance. Looking at the Blue Dragon sect, Du Qing looked at Wang Lin, who was very calm. His face was not red, and he was not out of breath. He was still meditating on the back of the ferocious beast. Du Qing looked at the ferocious beast under him, as if it hadn't flown enough and wanted to continue. Du Qing didn't know what to say. The moment the two of them closed in on the Blue Dragon sect, all the disciples of the Blue Dragon sect walked out and looked up at the sky. The three elders who were not sealed flew into the sky in a flash. They originally thought that the old ancestor had captured the ferocious man and brought him back, but when they saw the old ancestor panting and Wang Lin looking calm, they were all dumbfounded. They didn't know what had happened. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and greet the old man's best friend. This is the old man's best friend. He helped our Blue Dragon sect a lot, so the old man specially invited him to thank him. Du Qingxuan glared at the disciples of the Blue Dragon sect and swept them away with a wave of his sleeve. Fellow Taoist Wang, please, please. Du Qing smiled and stepped forward to welcome him. This sudden change caused all the Blue Dragon sect disciples to have strange expressions, but the might of the old ancestor had already entered their minds. They all silently watched the old ancestor greet the ferocious man and go to the back mountain of the sect. This is strange. With the old ancestor's personality, it's not wrong to say that he will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. This can only mean that even the old ancestor is afraid of this mysterious person named Wang, which is why he is treating him like an honored guest. The eyes of the middle-aged man, who had lost his arms but had now regained his physical body, flashed as he started to analyze the situation. The old ancestor might have fought with this person before, but he was no match for him. The other two elders looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Putting aside the Blue Dragon sect disciples, Du Qing brought Wang Lin all the way to the back mountain. Although this place was also destroyed, the mountain was still there, and the cave inside was still there. The inside of the cave was quite luxurious. There were countless night pearls the size of a head, and they surrounded the cave. Looking up, it looked like the starry sky, and there were many stone rooms inside. There were alchemy, closed-door cultivation, and everything needed for cultivation was there. Wang Daoyu, this place is simple and crude. I hope you can forgive us and stay here for a few days. Once the sect is rebuilt, we can change to another place to rest. Du Qing had a forced smile. He thought the stone room was already very good. The ground was made of Eastern Sea stone, which could strengthen the aura of the world. The night pearls were not ordinary either. They could turn into the starry sky and allow one to comprehend the vastness of the world. There was also the alchemy room, which was even more luxurious. Everything here had been stolen by him over the years. Wang Lin looked around and didn't touch life or death. He sat down on the side and looked at Du Qing. He suddenly said, "It's okay. Fellow cultivator Du, Wang came from another continent. I wonder where the main Earth-Fire vein is in the Heavenly Bull continent." The Heavenly Bull continent was too large, and Wang Lin's divine sense couldn't cover it all. He wouldn't be able to find the main vein in a short period of time and would need to spend some time carefully searching. When Du Qing heard Wang Lin's words, he knew what Wang Lin was thinking. After pondering a bit, he sat down opposite of Wang Lin and slowly spoke. The Heavenly Bull continent is fire attributed, and most of the earth veins are fire veins. Rumor has it that these fire veins are connected to form a formation that suppresses a heavenly bull. This bull has great power, and it was killed by my celestial clan celestial ancestor. Its body turned into the Heavenly Bull continent, and its origin soul is suppressed by the fire vein. This is a rumor, and many people have investigated it over the years, but no one has found any clues. However, there is another rumor that these earth fire veins were not placed by the celestial clan, but formed by the meridians of the Heavenly Bull. According to this rumor, the main earth fire vein you're looking for is the largest meridian that runs through the body of the Heavenly Bull. There's a place in the Great Soul sect that connects to it. When Du Qing said those last words, his voice suddenly became softer. He raised his right hand and waved it around, sealing off the surrounding area with a restriction. Du Qing was very cautious as he whispered, "The Great Soul sect is one of the 9 sects of the Eastern continent, the Sure Sense sect. They have many powerful people and mysterious spells. When discussing this sect, we must be on guard just in case. There's fire in my essence, so I have a deep understanding of earth veins. Every time I go to the Great Soul sect, the fire in my body is infinitely suppressed. It is as if there is a powerful will shrouding the Great Soul sect that makes all fire yield to it. According to my analysis, that should be where the main earth fire vein of the Heavenly Bull continent is. There are even cultivators with extremely powerful fire essences in the Great Soul sect. I also know that the ancestor of the Great Soul sect, esteemed Green Bull, has a very powerful cultivation level. He has an essence true body like you." When Du Qing talked about esteemed Green Bull, his eyes were filled with fear. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he remembered this name. "With my cultivation level, I can only be an outer sect elder in the Great Soul sect. I have a senior from the same clan who is an inner sect elder of the Great Soul sect. With this relationship and my status as an outer sect elder, the Blue Dragon sect is protected. Wang Daoyu has a treasure given to you by a Grand Empyrean, so the Great Soul sect should treat you as an honored guest. However, if you want to touch the main earth-fire vein, I fear," Du Qing vaguely said. Wang Lin's expression was neutral. He only knew 2 people from the Great Soul sect. "Have you heard of 2 disciples in the Great Soul sect named Fan Shanlu and Fan Shanming?" Wang Lin looked at Du Qing. "Fan Shanming." Du Qing's expression changed. "I have heard the name Fan Shanming. She is a core disciple of the Great Soul sect and is known as one of the Great Soul sect's 2 palanquins. Does fellow cultivator know her? I've heard of her. Wang Lin pondered and changed the topic. What about the Gui sect? That sect is also in the Heavenly Bull continent. How does it compare to the Great Soul sect? Kong Ren's cultivation level isn't high, so he naturally doesn't know as much as Du Qing. Wang Lin doesn't know much. The Gui sect is very strong and is now a bit stronger than the Great Soul sect. I fear the ranking of the Sure Sand sect will change. The Gui sect has produced a disciple named Yunifeng. His cultivation level is very high and he is extremely talented. Aside from the older generation, he is the #1 expert in the Heavenly Bull continent. I have come into contact with this person before, and he is extraordinary. Du Qing thought about what he had seen. Yunifeng had swept with his sword and forced back several people from the Great Soul sect. Speaking of this Yunifeng, I remember something. He once said that there was someone who had cultivated for more than 2,000 years and had unfathomable cultivation. Even he, Yin Yifeng, didn't dare to draw his sword before that person. Even the 4 geniuses of the Eastern continent weren't worthy of being a palanquin before that person. This matter set off a huge wave, and there were a lot of doubts. However, the Great Soul sect silently agreed, and even the Gui sect didn't explain. Now that many years have passed, there's an 80% chance this is false. The old man doesn't believe someone could be like this. As Du Qing spoke, he didn't see the flash of light in Wang Lin's eyes. Who in this world can cultivate for more than 2,000 years and make someone like Yunifeng not dare to draw his sword? If such a person really existed, then wouldn't he have been famous across the celestial clan, taken in as a disciple by a grand Empyrean? As Du Qing spoke, he suddenly paused as if he remembered something. He subconsciously blinked and looked at Wang Lin. His pupils constricted, and a rather daring idea suddenly burst forth in his mind. This idea made him suck in a breath of cold air. He looked at Wang Lin with shock in his eyes. Since the Heavenly Bull continent has an earth-fire vein, then are there thunder veins in the other continents? Wang Lin avoided the topic of Du Qing. Chapter 1818. I have only been to the Cloud Wave continent, the Kongyang continent, and the Ning God continent. That is only half of the Eastern continent, and there are no thunder veins in those 3 continents. I really don't know about this. However, I can ask around. Perhaps some people in the Great Soul sect know. After all, the Great Soul sect is one of the 9 Sure Sand sections. When her disciples go out to train, they often tell the sect everything they see. This is part of their training. Du Qing shook his head. The immortal astral continent was boundless, and very few people had been to the entire Eastern continent, including the Heavenly Bull continent. He had been to 4 continents, which was already extraordinary. Wang Lin nodded slightly and pondered for a moment. A moment later, he looked at Du Qing and casually spoke. Which continent is the Donglin sect located in? Du Qing's expression became serious. After pondering a bit, he slowly said, Donglin sect. The Donglin sect is also one of the 9 Sure Sand sections. It is located in the northern part of the Eastern continent, in the Great Sage continent. Rumor has it that this sect is very mysterious and very few disciples go out. After Wang Lin asked a few more questions, he revealed a hint of exhaustion. Du Qing was old, so how could he not understand? He quickly got up and left. Before he left, he made a solemn vow. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. This old man will mobilize the entire sect to search for the location of the child vein of earth fire. If I can personally retrieve it, I will definitely have the disciples of the sect bring it to you. After Du Qing left, just like he had said to Wang Lin, he immediately sent out orders for the sect. At this moment, the 3 powerful cultivators led by the 3 elders took Ru Zi of the Blue Dragon sect and went in 3 different directions. The elder that was turned into wood and sealed as punishment, 2, was released by Du Qing, giving him a chance to redeem himself. He went to search for the child vein of the earth fire vein. Wang Lin sat alone in this luxurious cave and was shrouded by the light from the night pearl. He looked like he was surrounded by mist, making him look unreal. His eyes were still pondering, and Du Qing's words echoed in his mind. The thunder essence also needs to form an essence true body. I can't put all my hopes on the Donglin pool. After all, seven-colored celestial sovereign Su Dao's memories might be a bit exaggerated. If I want to form an essence true body, I need a large amount of thunder. Since the immortal astral continent has an earth-fire vein, then there must be a thunder vein. However, the most important thing right now is to form my fire essence true body. I might have to personally go to the Great Soul Sect. Wang Lin frowned slightly. The Great Soul Sect was a behemoth that was difficult to shake. Du Qing said that the old ancestor of the Great Soul Sect has an unfathomable cultivation level and has also formed an essence true body. Wang Lin rubbed his temples and let out a sigh. My cultivation level is still not high enough. However, it is not impossible. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He thought of the Gui sect. After all, the old man named Mon knew of his relationship with Xian Luo. However, Wang Lin soon gave up on the idea of asking the Gui sect for help. There were too many unknowns, and with Wang Lin's personality, he didn't want to borrow someone else's name. Although it will be difficult to rely on myself, if I can use spatial bending on the immortal astral continent, it is not impossible. Wang Lin closed his eyes and no longer thought about the essence true body. He spread out his divine sense and slowly searched for a way to use spatial bending. This kind of spell was very important for Wang Lin's future plans on the immortal astral continent. Once he obtained it again, Wang Lin's confidence would increase greatly. As his divine sense spread out, it slowly spread out from the cave and surrounded the world. However, no matter how much Wang Lin tried, he couldn't completely merge with the world. At most, he could only merge a sliver, and this sliver couldn't be teleported away. He could only teleport a short distance away. However, this was not what Wang Lin wanted. It was as if there was an invisible barrier preventing him from merging. This barrier was the law of the immortal astral continent, and also an invisible pressure. Under this pressure, it was very difficult for a person's divine sense to enter. This place was not like the cave world. There was no barrier in the cave world and no pressure. As long as a cultivator comprehended spatial bending, they could merge with the world. However, under this pressure, his divine sense couldn't enter, so he naturally couldn't merge with the world and use spatial bending. Wang Lin vaguely understood that this pressure wasn't just aimed at him, but the entire immortal astral continent. Even with Du Qing's cultivation level, he couldn't do it. Perhaps only when my cultivation level is higher and I reach a certain level can I force my way through this pressure and move. After several days, Wang Lin tried many times but still couldn't succeed. However, he didn't give up. Wang Lin's personality had always been like this. The more difficult it was, the more determined he became. His divine sense continued to change in the Blue Dragon sect as he tried to squeeze into this pressure. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 1 month went by. During this month of time, Wang Lin seemed to be in closed-door cultivation, but his divine sense made it so that the disciples of the Blue Dragon sect didn't dare to get close to the back mountain. Du Qing was still inside the Blue Dragon sect. When Wang Lin's divine sense first spread out, he noticed it. However, even after watching for a long time, he couldn't figure out what Wang Lin was doing. It wasn't until several days of observation that he understood Wang Lin's intention: to fuse one's divine sense with the world and then fuse with the world to move. This is simply impossible. Teleportation can be done, but this method is far beyond teleportation. Only those old monsters at the peak of the void, turbulent stage who understand the law of the immortal astral continent and can resist the pressure can do this. Du Qing shook his head and slowly stopped observing Wang Lin's actions. In 1 month of time, the disciples of the Blue Dragon sect couldn't find the earth-fire vein beyond the range of Wang Lin's divine sense. Not even the 4 elders could do it. They continued to search even further away. Wang Lin forgot about the passage of time and continued to try to fuse with the world. If he failed once, he would try twice, and if he failed twice, he would try 10 times. Another 3 months passed. Wang Lin didn't even remember how many times he tried, but the result was the same. During these 4 months, some disciples of the Blue Dragon sect had found an earth fire vein that hadn't withered, but even more disciples were still searching. Wang Lin continued to test it out. He had to find a way to use spatial bending, or else it would be very difficult to complete the rest of the series of ideas. Du Qing was used to Wang Lin's divine sense covering the Blue Dragon sect. He looked at Wang Lin's unwillingness to try countless times a day, and disdain appeared in his heart. However, he would never show it, but the disdain in his heart became stronger and stronger. This is simply impossible. This person is too stubborn and has wasted all this time. If it was so simple to fuse with the world, wouldn't everyone be able to do this? His cultivation level is clearly not high enough, but he still wants to do this. I really don't know why the Grand Empyrean values him. Stupid. Du Qing shook his head. Time flew by, and another 3 months went by. Wang Lin had been studying this spell for a full 7 months. He had almost forgotten everything. His eyes were bloodshot, and his divine sense was filled with irritation. This scene was observed by Du Qing, and he couldn't help but sneer. I really don't know if I should say he is overestimating himself. Even if he is valued by the Grand Empyrean, even if he has many treasures and powerful fierce beasts, he is really overestimating himself. I want to see how long he is going to keep trying and what his expression will be like when he fails. There was a flash of contempt in Du Qing's eyes, but there was even more jealousy. How come I, Du Qing, am not valued by the Grand Empyrean? Could it be that the Grand Empyrean only likes stupid people like me? Du Qing was very dissatisfied. During these 7 months of time, Wang Lin's stupid actions slowly changed Du Qing's mind. In his view, there seemed to be something wrong with Wang Lin's head. Inside the cave, Wang Lin's eyes were even more bloodshot. He had been spreading out his divine sense for 7 months without any rest. Even he couldn't bear it, but he didn't give up. At this moment, it looked like he was still trying to fuse with the world, but in truth, he was forcing himself. To be more precise, he was using this method to activate the doppelganger that was connected to his mind and was growing in the stone shell in the void layer. After trying for a few days, Wang Lin understood that with his cultivation level, even if he tried for 10 or 100 years or even longer, he wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of the world. However, he still had one last method, and that was this growing avatar. This avatar was born from the law of the immortal astral continent, and could even be said to be part of the law itself. As a result, the key to whether his divine sense could fuse with the world depended on this avatar. However, Wang Lin could sense that this avatar was asleep and couldn't be awakened. If he wanted to awaken it, he would have to use extreme methods. During these 7 months, Wang Lin had been constantly spreading out his divine sense, causing him to become extremely tired. His origin soul even showed signs of withering. On the last day of the 7th month, Wang Lin's origin soul showed signs of withering due to lack of replenishment. His eyes suddenly shined brightly. At the same time, somewhere in the endless void between the cave world and the immortal astral continent, there was a huge stone shell floating in the void. Wang Lin's avatar, who was sleeping inside, suddenly trembled and opened his eyes. The moment his avatar opened his eyes, Du Qing, who was sneering with disdain and waiting to see Wang Lin make a fool of himself, suddenly revealed the terror he hadn't felt for 7 months. He suddenly stood up and was dumbfounded. It was as if what he saw made him forget to breathe. This is impossible. Chapter 18-19. Cold sweat appeared on Du Qing's forehead as he stared dumbfoundedly at the cave in the back mountain. The divine sense that Wang Lin had been there for months suddenly disappeared. This kind of disappearance wasn't a retraction, but a true disappearance. It was as if Wang Lin had fused with the world. This change was too sudden, and Du Qing couldn't imagine it at all. He didn't even have time to prepare himself for it. It was as if he was watching a joke as he casually scanned the cave. After a brief moment of shock, Du Qing charged out of the place he was in. His divine sense spread out and charged toward the cave at the back of the mountain. The instant his divine sense swept through the cave, Du Qing's body began to tremble violently. Nothing, nothing. Wang Lin, who had been cultivating in the cave for months, disappeared. Du Qing didn't notice Wang Lin's disappearance at all. It was as if Wang Lin had evaporated right before his eyes. This is impossible. This doesn't make sense. Du Qing was standing on the peak of the back mountain. There was only grass under his feet, and his expression was even more dazed. As he muttered to himself, he rubbed his eyes and spread out his divine sense once more, unwilling to give up. He searched again and again, but he still didn't find any trace of Wang Lin's divine sense. Impossible. His divine sense can't fuse with the world. This has never happened before. Only peak, void, turbulent old monsters can do this. He can't do this. Du Qing's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. He suddenly felt like he had been dreaming for the past 7 months. Are you looking for me? Just when Du Qing couldn't find Wang Lin, no matter how hard he tried and couldn't accept this, a calm voice came from behind him. Are you looking for me? Du Qing's body trembled, and he suddenly turned around. His pupils shrank as he saw Wang Lin standing behind him with a calm expression. He didn't look like he was in a sorry state at all. There seemed to be layers of ripples behind Wang Lin, but they soon disappeared. Du Qing subconsciously took a few steps back. Wang Lin's appearance was too strange. He hadn't sensed it at all. In fact, if Wang Lin had attacked just now, he might have been seriously injured. A cold aura spread out from Wang Lin's body. This cold aura slowly dissipated after being hit by the blue dragon sect's aura, but it gave Du Qing the feeling of a cold wind blowing in his face. The shock and astonishment in his eyes transformed into fear, causing Wang Lin to become incomparably mysterious and terrifying in Du Qing's eyes. Du Qing suppressed the shock in his heart and hurriedly said, "It's nothing. Most of the sect's disciples have returned, and we've found quite a few branch veins and child veins. We've also retrieved some of the sealed branch vein souls." Wang Lin casually glanced at Du Qing. Under his gaze, Du Qing subconsciously lowered his head. "Send it to the cave," Wang Lin slowly said. He took a step forward and turned into a ray of light, returning to the cave. After Wang Lin left, Du Qing let out a sigh of relief. However, the doubt in his heart once again appeared because of the ray of light Wang Lin had turned into. Impossible. He shouldn't have merged with the world, or else he could have left in a flash. His aura disappeared earlier, so he must have teleported. That's right, it was teleportation. This person must have lost face after failing so many times, so he ended it like this. The more Du Qing thought about it, the more he felt he was right. He slowly calmed down and even found it a bit funny, especially when he thought about what happened just now. It was obvious he was just scaring himself. Like I said, merging with the world is something he can't do at all. You overestimate yourself. Du Qing sneered in his heart and became even more confident. He waved his sleeves and was about to leave when his body suddenly trembled and he stared at the patch of grass Wang Lin was at. His eyes widened and a monstrous sense of terror appeared in his eyes. Thunderous rumbles echoed in his mind like countless bolts of thunder. Everything before him disappeared, leaving only the spot where Wang Lin had been standing clear. After a long time, Du Qing's face turned deathly pale and he subconsciously retreated a few steps. He looked at the cave in the back mountain with terror and a complicated gaze. Not far away, on the patch of grass where Wang Lin had been standing, there was some cyan snow. Under the sunlight, it shined and slowly melted. In the entire heavenly bull continent, only the heavenly mountain in the extreme west would have this kind of cyan snow. The heavenly mountain was a round trip from the blue dragon sect. Even if Du Qing traveled at full speed, it would take several months. Du Qing silently pondered for a long time and muttered, "Snow of the heavenly mountain. This person is a genius of the heavens." The moment he said this, all the disdain and contempt he had for Wang Lin during the past 7 months disappeared and was replaced with endless mystery and unfathomability. He vaguely felt fear toward Wang Lin. This had nothing to do with cultivation, but the unknown. It was a fear of the unknown. Inside the cave in the back mountain, Wang Lin patted his clothes to get rid of the cold air and sat down. After 7 months of time, he had finally awakened his avatar in the void. The moment his avatar awakened, Wang Lin felt an indescribable sense of enlightenment from his avatar. The barrier that had been bothering Wang Lin suddenly loosened. It was as if the law of the immortal astral continent had been broken by Wang Lin and disappeared. All kinds of enlightenment appeared in his heart. But when he thought about it carefully, it was blurry. Wang Lin knew that this was because his avatar was still growing. Once his avatar was fully grown, Wang Lin would be able to clearly understand everything about the law of the immortal astral continent. At the same time, the powerful pressure melted like a layer of ice, creating invisible cracks. Wang Lin's divine sense was able to enter in the blink of an eye instead of forcing its way in like before. All of this was because of his avatar. The moment his divine sense fused with the world, Wang Lin's body disappeared, and he also fused with the world. At that moment, he found a feeling of spatial bending in the cave world. This was a feeling he hadn't felt in a long time. With a thought, he appeared on the heavenly mountain of this continent and saw the blue snow falling from the sky. This was the first time Wang Lin had used spatial bending, so he didn't have a direction and just casually walked around to familiarize himself with the place. However, when he returned to the Blue Dragon sect, the image of the Blue Dragon sect appeared in his mind. He clearly appeared behind Du Qing in the back mountain of the Blue Dragon sect. It took less than half an incense stick of time to go back and forth. If not for the blue snow under his feet, not even Du Qing would know that Wang Lin had gone to the heavenly mountain. My avatar has only grown for a few days, and it has already given me such a powerful help. If I have more time, my avatar will become the strongest body. Wang Lin had long understood this. It is time to go to the Great Soul Sect to absorb the main Earth Fire vein. Before that, I need to absorb the child veins of the other veins to see how strong my Fire Essence true body can be. Wang Lin knew that his Fire Essence true body would become more difficult the further he went. The formation of the head no longer required pure fire origin. Instead, it required the will of fire. Half an hour later, Du Qing came to greet Wang Lin. He was holding some of the Earth Fire Souls his sect disciples had brought back and a complete map of the Heavenly Bull continent. Many places on the map were marked with child Earth Fire veins. Wang Lin wasn't polite and directly absorbed the Earth Fire Souls. However, because they didn't contain much will, they weren't very helpful for forming his essence true body. However, the map was very useful to Wang Lin. After taking the jade, Wang Lin said goodbye to Du Qing. Du Qing knew what Wang Lin was planning. He couldn't participate in this matter, but he also wouldn't report it. After all, he still had his own plans for Wang Lin. More importantly, before Wang Lin left, he looked at Du Qing. His gaze was calm and emotionless, but ripples appeared under his feet, and he suddenly disappeared. That was more shocking than any threat. Du Qing's mind trembled as he watched Wang Lin disappear. After a long time, he let out a sigh. Wang will remember fellow cultivator Du's help. If there is a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay you. After Wang Lin left, his voice echoed in Du Qing's ears. On the 7th day after Wang Lin left, the child Earth Fire veins in the Heavenly Bull continent rumbled and collapsed. Waves of fire spread across the Heavenly Bull continent. It was as if even the aura of the world was burning. Breathing it in would make one feel a hint of irritation. This kind of thing appeared in many places in the Heavenly Bull continent, and it slowly attracted the attention of the various sections. They sent out large amounts of disciples or elders to personally investigate, but they found no clues. When they arrived at the place where the child Earth veins had collapsed, all they saw was ruins. Half a month later, somewhere in the Heavenly Bull continent, on a mountain shrouded in black fog, there was once a sect called the Tidao sect. Wang Lin's figure walked out from the mountain shrouded in black fog. He had a melancholic expression. He had to come here. Here, he could feel the aura of the cave world and the many years that Xian Luo had waited for him. After walking out from the black fog, Wang Lin looked back at the mountain shrouded in fog. After pondering for a moment, he let out a sigh and left. Situ, Shimizu, Li Qianmei, and those who reincarnated. Where are you now? Wang Lin's back was very bleak and lonely. One day later, in the western part of the Heavenly Bull continent, in the area covered by the Great Soul Sect, where the Heavenly Mountain was located, a white-haired young man in white stood at the top of the mountain. His gaze penetrated the falling snow and looked at the other layer of the mountain, west of the Heavenly Bull. Standing here, the young man could vaguely see the countless mountains in the distance. At the deepest part, there was a red mountain that pierced into the clouds. The white-haired young man muttered, "Great Soul Sect." His eyes shined brightly. Chapter 1820. The Great Soul Sect was located in the middle of a mountain range. The mountain that pierced into the sky gave off a red glow. From afar, it looked like a burning mountain of fire. There were also ripples that reverberated in the surroundings of the mountain. Those ripples seemed to contain the power of souls, and they vaguely manifested into countless mournful souls that let out soundless howls. This was one of the two strongest sects on the Heavenly Bull continent, the Great Soul Sect. Snow fell on the Heavenly Mountain and landed on Wang Lin's body, hair, on the ground. He stood motionlessly in the snow and looked into the distance. From here, the Great Soul Sect didn't look very far, but in truth, even flying would take several days. The reason for this illusion was because of the height of the Heavenly Mountain and the ripples from the Great Soul Sect. After a long time, Wang Lin closed his eyes and his divine sense slowly spread out. He vaguely felt that there was a main earth-fire vein of the entire Heavenly Bull continent under the mountains of the Great Soul Sect. This vein had countless branches that spread across the entire Heavenly Bull continent. There was a shocking will of fire on this main vein. This will couldn't be violated at all. Only around the Great Soul Sect's mountain was this will weakened by more than half. The main vein came out of the ground under the Great Soul Sect's mountain. Rather than saying that the mountain was the Great Soul Sect's mountain, it was more accurate to say that the main earth-fire vein was exposed above the ground. All of this wasn't caused by a spell, but a natural evolution of the heavens. It could only be said that the location the Great Soul Sect had chosen was very ingenious. There was a powerful life force surrounding the Great Soul Sect. Wang Lin roughly looked around and found that there were no less than 100,000 cultivators in the Endless Mountains. 100,000 cultivators was a large number, but they were hidden in the mountains and were nowhere to be seen. There is also an extremely powerful source aura in the mountains, which represented the almighties that had reached the third step. The immortal astral continent's Great Soul Sect is indeed very strong. Just this sect alone can sweep the cave world. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he pondered. If not for his fire essence true body, Wang Lin wouldn't have provoked such a behemoth. However, the main earth-fire vein under the Great Soul Sect was extremely important to Wang Lin. Even if it was like pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth, Wang Lin had to try. He had already absorbed quite a few child veins. Slowly, the fire source in his body had reached a certain level of saturation and could no longer be of any use to his true body. He had already been mentally prepared for this. After all, this so-called great supplement was actually similar to a cultivator's medicinal pills. The more pills of the same quality were consumed, the less effective they would be. Eventually, it would be completely useless. Unless there was an even higher quality pill, such as the will of this main vein of earth fire. With his eyes closed, Wang Lin silently moved forward. He didn't turn into a ray of light as he descended from the Heavenly Mountain toward the Great Soul Sect. His figure flickered as he moved. Every time he flickered, he crossed an endless distance. It was as if he was teleporting as he rapidly closed in. Several hours later, Wang Lin walked through the cultivation land that would normally take several days and arrived outside the mountains where the Great Soul Sect was. Here, the fluctuations of the soul force became even more intense. There was a faint rejection force that prevented Wang Lin from entering. Unfortunately, the ghostly sail can't be taken out from my storage space. Otherwise, I might be able to use it to enter the Great Soul Sect. Wang Lin stopped and looked at the mountains not far away. He looked at the red peak and let out a sigh. His aura had been completely hidden here, making him look like a mortal. After sitting down, Wang Lin closed his eyes and waited. The moment he sat down, his body slowly became blurry until he turned into a strand of smoke that floated in the air. A sect like the Great Soul Sect had very powerful restrictions. If one wasn't a disciple of the sect, they would be immediately detected by the Great Soul Sect. If one wanted to enter, they would have to wait for a disciple to leave and for there to be a fluctuation in the formation. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they might choose to merge with a disciple of the Great Soul Sect to enter the Great Soul Sect. However, there were some drawbacks to this method. Although it looked good, the Great Soul Sect had the word soul in its name, meaning that they had a very thorough understanding of the soul. Otherwise, there would be no way for the multi-layered illusion spell to exist. As a result, if he merged with a disciple and entered the formation, it was likely that the formation would discover Wang Lin's identity before he noticed anything. He could only try this once, and Wang Lin didn't want to waste it. He would rather believe in his own cultivation and understanding of restrictions. All he needed was for the formation to fluctuate for an instant. 3 days of time passed in a flash. During these 3 days, a total of 314 disciples had entered and exited the formation around the Great Soul Sect. The formation had fluctuated 314 times. Every time the formation fluctuated, Wang Lin didn't act rashly, but continued to observe. He used his understanding of restrictions to find a flaw in the formation. After all, Wang Lin had the extremely rare restriction essence. He wasn't anxious. He had enough time and patience, so he calmly continued to observe. Another 7 days passed. During these 7 days, nearly 1,000 disciples went in and out, and the formation fluctuated nearly 1,000 times. Wang Lin slowly noticed the difference. The fluctuations of the formation changed according to the identity of the disciple. During these 10 days, Wang Lin saw more than 1,000 Great Soul Sect disciples with different cultivation levels. He also saw some changes unique to the Great Soul Sect. For example, the soul of every Great Soul Sect disciple was extremely powerful and wouldn't easily fluctuate. During these 10 days of time, Wang Lin still didn't act and continued to observe. Another 10 days passed, and on this day, a Great Soul Sect disciple entered the formation. The moment the formation rippled, the smoke Wang Lin had turned into charged out. This strand of smoke was invisible and instantly appeared next to the disciple. At this moment, ripples echoed from the formation. The moment the disciple's body completely entered the formation, Wang Lin entered the formation. The moment he entered, Wang Lin's restriction essence spread out to offset the formation. At the same time, he quickly simulated all the disciples he had seen over the past 20 days. In just a few breaths, he simulated more than 100 changes. It wasn't until the disciple came out of the formation and flew toward the mountains that Wang Lin turned into that smoke and also entered the formation. His entry didn't cause any change to the formation, or rather, all the changes were hidden by the ripples created by the disciple entering the formation. The smoke Wang Lin had turned and silently drifted through the mountains. Along the way, he saw a lot of Great Soul Sect disciples. They were all in a hurry and didn't notice Wang Lin. Wang Lin was very cautious and would occasionally stop as he moved toward the Red Mountain. The closer he got, the clearer the aura of the main earth-fire vein entered Wang Lin's body. Seeing that they weren't far away from the Scarlet Mountain peak, 3 rays of light whistled over from the distant sky. There were 2 women and 1 man in those rays of light. The 3 of them headed straight for the Scarlet Mountain peak. Wang Lin didn't have time to check. He had seen too many rays of light like this along the way. However, just at this moment, a divine sense came from the Red Mountain and rapidly spread out. In an instant, it covered most of the mountain. This divine sense was extremely powerful, not something an ordinary cultivator could have. This was the divine sense of someone who had passed 9 arcane tribulants and was at the early stage of void tribulant. This divine sense was also a bit feminine, which was difficult to detect unless one had a certain cultivation level. The moment Wang Lin felt the divine sense, he immediately determined that it was a female cultivator. The divine sense spread out too suddenly. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin was always cautious, he would have been discovered in a moment of panic. The moment the divine sense spread out, Wang Lin was pushed back. They moved at almost the same speed as the divine sense. One spread out and the other retreated, barely dodging. However, this divine sense spread out in a fan shape with the red mountain as the center. Even if Wang Lin could dodge it for a while, it wouldn't take long for him to be discovered. The moment the divine sense spread out, the Great Soul Sect's mountain formation rippled and was sealed. This change shocked Wang Lin. Could I have been discovered? Wang Lin didn't have time to think too much. At this moment, the divine sense closed in and was about to envelop him. At this moment, Wang Lin quickly retreated as if he couldn't avoid it. Without hesitation, he charged toward the 3 rays of light in the distance and charged into the body of the man. The reason he entered the man's body had nothing to do with his cultivation level. It was because the divine sense came from a female cultivator. According to Wang Lin's judgment, most women at this cultivation level were arrogant and wouldn't carefully search the body of a male disciple. After all, searching was no different from seeing a naked body. The moment Wang Lin entered the man's body, the divine sense swept by the man's body. It didn't stop there. It spread out into the distance, covering the entire mountain range. Only then did it slowly dissipate. After the divine sense dissipated, the mountain range grand spell formation no longer sealed the area, but instead began to operate again. It's not that they noticed me, but that the Great Soul Sect has a habit of spreading out their divine sense to guard against them. Wang Lin gathered inside the man's body and formed a vortex that was surrounded by restrictions. As Wang Lin pondered, he heard a female cultivator beside the man scolding him. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow. If you delay delivering the soul split fruit to your senior sisters, we won't be able to bear the consequences." The promise continued, and the first update was delivered. Thirsty Wang Yu's ticket. Chapter 1821. Panic appeared on the man's face, and he quickly agreed. He turned into a ray of light and flew toward the Red Mountain with the 2 women. Wang Lin was about to leave inside the man's body when he suddenly thought of something. He maintained the cyclone and followed them. Perhaps it was because a divine sense had swept by, but the 3 of them didn't encounter any more divine senses. They smoothly closed in on the Red Mountain. We have to be faster. After we finish delivering Ancestor Yanlu, we still need to go to the other main peaks. We can't delay any longer. Song Ying, we'll wait for you ahead. Once you're done, come after us. The woman who spoke before nodded. The 3 of them split up. The woman named Song Ying charged toward the Red Mountain, while the other woman and the man Wang Lin was resting and changed directions. They went around the Red Mountain and went into the distance. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to turn into smoke and leave the man's body. He wrapped himself around the woman named Song Ying and flew toward the Red Mountain. The female cultivator named Song Ying didn't look old and was very beautiful. She gave off the fragrance of a virgin. She turned into a ray of light and soon arrived at the Red Mountain. She stopped in the air outside the mountain. There was a blurry light screen before her that acted as a protection. The woman raised her jade-like hand and a red jade appeared. She was about to press the jade against the light screen before her when a portion of the smoke surrounding Wang Lin's clothes split off and charged toward the jade. As he pressed the jade against the light screen, he used all his strength to quickly study the restrictions inside the jade. Soft cracking sounds came from the jade. A moment later, when the jade was pressed against the light screen, Wang Lin's divine sense was withdrawn. The light screen trembled and slowly turned into ripples. The woman put away the jade and stepped into the light screen. The moment she entered, the smoke Wang Lin had turned into twisted. He used his restriction essence to simulate a jade and silently entered the light screen. The moment he entered, excitement appeared in Wang Lin's heart. There was a large amount of fire essence inside the light screen. It felt like every breath he took could strengthen his fire essence a bit. However, there was a female cultivator at the early stage of Void Tribulent here. This person was enough to make Wang Lin dread her. He didn't immediately leave the woman's clothes and continued to rest inside. Apparently, the woman wasn't used to the intense heat, and as soon as she entered, she began to sweat profusely. She quickly flew out of the Crimson Mountain to deliver immortal fruits, known as soul-dispelling immortal fruits, to the various immortal caves. Wang Lin observed and found that there were a total of 19 caves in the mountain. Aside from the cave at the top, the woman didn't go to the cave at the top. She sent the celestial fruits to the other caves. Every cave was filled with vitality, and there was a disciple of the great soul sect inside. It didn't take long for the woman to arrive outside the last cave. She stood there, soaked in sweat from the heat wave. The woman's voice was a bit weak as she respectfully said, "Senior sister, the soul split fruit has been sent. Put it down." A soft voice came from the closed door of the cave. This voice entered Wang Lin's ears and caused his heart to tremble. "It's her." Wang Lin pondered a bit. The moment the sweaty woman took out 9 green and white celestial fruits and placed them on the ground, the smoke left the woman's clothes and wrapped around the leaves of one of the celestial fruits. The woman named Song unclasped her hands and respectfully turned around to leave. The light screen she flew out from disappeared. At the same time, the door to the cave slowly opened a crack, and a suction force pulled the soul-split fruit into the crack. Then the door to the cave closed. The inside of the cave was surrounded by a fluorescent light. The suction force pulled the celestial fruits into the cave and placed them on a stone table. Not far away, there was a woman in pink sitting there. She was extremely beautiful and had a temperament that made her look like a peerless beauty. At this moment, she was frowning and her mood was a bit gloomy. She wasn't cultivating, but was looking ahead. No one knew what she was thinking. The smoke that Wang Lin had turned into hid on the leaves of the celestial fruits. He looked at the woman in pink and also began to ponder. After a long time, the woman in pink let out a sigh and closed her eyes. She seemed to want to cultivate, but just at this moment, a calm voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Fan Shanlu. The moment this voice appeared, the woman in pink suddenly opened her eyes. Her right hand under her clothes trembled, and she suddenly raised it before waving it forward. As he waved his hand, a hazy fog appeared out of nowhere and surrounded the cave, completely sealing it off. Wang Lin, where are you? Fan Shanlu took a deep breath as she looked at her surroundings. Although her expression was calm, the trembling of her right hand revealed the shock in her heart. Wang Lin didn't immediately appear, but looked at the hazy fog that Fan Shanlu had created. This fog was very mysterious and had the effect of sealing all auras so that the outside couldn't feel it. This was Fan Shanlu's subconscious action. Wang Lin was used to looking at the details. After pondering a bit, smoke came out from the celestial fruits and formed a body before Fan Shanlu. Long time no see. Wang Lin smiled. When he looked at Fan Shanlu, he casually glanced at the hazy fog. Seeing Wang Lin, Fan Shanlu was startled. After a long time, she also revealed a smile. It has indeed been a long time. I didn't expect you to come here. This fog is released when a core disciple of my great soul sect is in closed-door cultivation. Once the fog appears, teacher won't be able to easily sweep this place with his divine sense, so this place will be safe. The smile on Fan Shanlu's face was very happy. Being able to meet Wang Lin here was beyond her expectations. However, her gratitude toward Wang Lin hadn't dissipated with time. Everything that happened in the cave world had become a part of her life. If not for Wang Lin, she wouldn't have been able to return home. Fan Shanlu also admired Wang Lin a lot. Wang Lin was sitting next to her. After hearing Fan Shanlu's explanation and observing her expression, Wang Lin relaxed a bit. However, he was still cautious. If Fan Shanlu had any other thoughts, Wang Lin would mercilessly attack. You're still so cautious. But this is also good. On the immortal astral continent, you need to be cautious to survive. Fan Shanlu smiled as she looked at Wang Lin. I met the Gue sect Unifeng 3 years ago, and he mentioned you. According to reason, you should have entered the immortal astral continent a long time ago, but I never heard of you. I thought something had happened to you, or that you were far away from here. I didn't expect to meet you here today. Fan Shanlu blinked and smiled. There was an accident on the way, so I came a bit late. I'm very happy to see you. Wang Lin smiled faintly. It was indeed rare to see an old friend on the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. In truth, Fan Shanlu felt the same. After seeing Wang Lin, she felt a sense of familiarity. After all, she had spent most of her life in the cave world, and aside from their nominal relationship, she was a stranger to the Great Soul Sect. Speak, there must be a reason you came to the Great Soul Sect and my cave world. If you need my help, I'll do my best. Fan Shanlu's gloomy expression disappeared when she saw Wang Lin and was replaced with sincere joy. Wang Lin could feel Fan Shanlu's joy, and a hint of warmth filled his heart. He smiled and softly said, I need the main earth-fire vein here to cultivate a spell. It might affect the main earth-fire vein here. I need the main earth-fire vein here to cultivate a divine ability. It might affect the main vein here. No problem. I can take you to the closed-door earth-fire vein. It is the closest place to the earth-fire vein. Teacher is easy to deal with. She has been in closed-door cultivation for a long time and only occasionally spreads out her divine sense. She won't probe the disciples who are in closed-door cultivation for a short period of time to avoid affecting them. Master was easy to deal with. She had been in closed-door training for a long time, and she would only spread out her divine sense from time to time. Moreover, she would not probe the disciples who were in closed-door training for a short period of time to avoid affecting them. The main problem is my big sister. She is also in the fire vein. However, she is valued by teacher and shouldn't easily leave. How about this? I'll go to the fire room to accompany you and say I'm in closed-door cultivation. However, it can't be for too long, or else it will attract attention. Fan Shanlu's words were decisive, and she quickly came up with an idea. Wang Lin pondered and slowly said, If this is the case, it will be bad for you. When Fan Shanlu heard this, her expression softened, and she shook her head with a smile. No problem. Teacher has always been protective. I know what to do. Wang Lin's expression was serious as he got up and clasped his hands at Fan Shanlu. Many thanks. No need to thank me. I should be the one thanking you. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to return to the immortal astral continent. Fan Shanlu smiled and got up. There is no time to lose. Let's go now. I'll have to trouble you to hide in my body. As Fan Shanlu spoke, her face turned red. Wang Lin nodded and turned into smoke. He entered Fan Shanlu's sleeve and wrapped around her skin. As a result, if she made any strange movements, Wang Lin would be able to detect it immediately. His cautiousness wouldn't change because of people, places, or words. Fan Shanlu tidied up her clothes. When her expression returned to normal, she waved her jade-like hand and the fog dissipated. Her body flickered and she walked out of the cave. She didn't pause for even a moment along the way. She moved at a steady pace toward the bottom of the Crimson Mountain, where an enormous immortal's cave resided. That was the place closest to the main vein of earth fire, a secluded meditation area that her master had specially created for her disciple. The second update was delivered. Are there still monthly tickets? Chapter 1822. Fan Shanlu walked into the largest cave at the bottom of the mountain and did not encounter any obstruction. Even when she encountered other sect members cultivating here, they didn't look closely after noticing it was Fan Shanlu. They did not believe that an outsider could enter this place under their master's nose. Fan Shanlu was a core disciple of the Fire Vein Mountain. Not only was her status very high, but her elder sister was also valued by their master. It seemed like she was going to inherit their legacy. As a result, the other sect members naturally wouldn't make things difficult for Fan Shanlu and allowed her to enter the cave. She stepped into the deepest part of the cave and entered a sealed stone room. The door to the stone room was crimson and gave off an extremely high temperature. If a normal cultivator got close to this place, their blood would feel like it was burning, let alone cultivating inside. To be precise, this stone room was created from the main earth fire vein. Meditating in it was equivalent to meditating inside the main earth fire vein. Not only could one cultivate the fire essence here, but under the will of the main earth fire vein, all other ethereal essences could be cultivated here, aside from the water essence. The main thing was to use the pressure of the will of the flames to form a pressure. In this way, it could achieve an effect similar to the change of time. Because of the existence of this pressure, cultivating for a day inside was often equivalent to cultivating outside for many days. This stone room was the most precious place in the Fire Vein Mountain, and only core disciples could enter. Fan Shanlu sent a voice transmission to Wang Lin when she got close. At this moment, standing outside the stone room, Fan Shanlu raised her right hand and waved it forward. The red door slowly opened, revealing a gap that could allow a person to pass through. The moment the gap appeared, a low roar came from within. Shortly after, a sea of fire spread out from the gap and turned into a fire dragon that attempted to devour Fan Shanlu. Fan Shanlu's eyes lit up. As the fire dragon closed in, she let out a strange sound. Chop! The moment she spoke, the fire dragon trembled and collapsed before Fan Shanlu. It turned into sparks that scattered in all directions. Fan Shanlu no longer hesitated and stepped into the stone room. As she entered, the door slowly closed. The moment the fire dragon appeared in the stone room, a young woman in a pure white Taoist robe, who looked to be in her 30s, suddenly opened her eyes in the cave abode at the top of Flame Vein Mountain. This young woman was extremely beautiful, enough to make anyone's heart pound. Her eyebrows were like crescent moons, her eyes were like phoenixes, and there were some shining 5-star crystals stuck to her forehead. She was very charming. She casually swept her gaze forward, and her divine sense roared out. It spread out outside the stone room below the mountain, but it didn't go in too deeply. After sweeping it once, she withdrew it. This is the first time Lu Air has gone into closed-door cultivation since she came back. This is good for her. She can forget about those troubles. This young woman was Fan Shanlu's teacher. Opposite the young woman was a woman who looked very similar to Fan Shanlu, but was clearly colder. Wang Lin was also familiar with this woman. She was Fan Shanming. Her eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. After pondering for a moment, she let out a sigh and closed her eyes to cultivate again. The moment Fan Shanlu entered the stone room at the bottom of the mountain, she immediately felt a wave of heat hitting her face. Sweat immediately appeared on her forehead. The heat wave was secondary. There was a will that came from all directions inside the stone room. This will was extremely powerful and turned into a pressure. Anyone who stepped in would immediately be enveloped by this pressure, and they would need to immediately sit down and familiarize themselves with it. I can't go too deep into this stone room. I haven't been here for a long time, so I can only wait for you here. As Fan Shanlu spoke, a strand of smoke flew out from her sleeve. It turned into Wang Lin and stood to the side. The moment Wang Lin appeared, the wave of heat rushed toward him. However, just as it closed in on Wang Lin opened his mouth and inhaled. The wave of heat was sucked into his mouth. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. The wave of heat turned into strands of fire essence that nourished Wang Lin's body. This is indeed the location of the main vein. Just this wave of heat is equivalent to more than a dozen branch veins. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This was the place he wanted. He looked around the stone room. This place wasn't square, and it couldn't even be called a stone room. It was a long place with red walls. The deeper he went, the more shocking the red color became. 1 foot is a degree. This place has a total of 370 feet. You can choose where to absorb according to your needs. Fan Shanlu's sweat had soaked her clothes. She sat down by the door and softly said, 3 days from now, you can leave on your own. You can leave on your own in 3 days. I'll stay here for a bit longer, so even if something happens, it won't affect you too much. Wang Lin clasped his hands at Fan Shanlu and charged into the depths of this place. In a flash, he moved more than 200 feet. The moment he landed, the surrounding fire energy closed in. However, the moment it surrounded Wang Lin, it was all absorbed into his body. With one more step, Wang Lin arrived at the 37th foot position. This was the deepest part of the cave. Sitting down, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal. He didn't waste any time and pressed his hands against the ground on both sides. At this moment, he could be said to be inside the main earth-fire vein, absorbing its will and fire essence. And he was inside the Great Soul Sect, where there were many powerful cultivators. It was like pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. Fan Shanlu watched Wang Lin's figure disappear into the distance. Her gaze was distorted by the heat coming from the red walls, and she couldn't see clearly. After a long time, she let out a sigh and closed her eyes to cultivate. As for Wang Lin, his eyes lit up and his hand were placed on the ground. Waves of fire essence rushed toward his hands and rushed into his body. Wang Lin's body was gradually surrounded by fire. 3 days later, his aura completely disappeared and he had fused with the main earth-fire vein, making it difficult to detect him. At this point, his divine sense slowly spread out and penetrated the stone room into the depths of the main earth-fire vein. Wang Lin's body was already saturated with fire essence. No matter how much he absorbed, he wouldn't be able to form his essence true body. What he needed to do was devour the will of the main earth-fire vein. Only after devouring that will and becoming the master of the heavenly bull continent's earth fire could Wang Lin's essence true body be formed. This time I must succeed. Wang Lin's divine sense formed his essence true body inside the main earth fire vein. The head was still Rose Finch's essence true body. Although it looked a bit strange, the essence and will of fire it gave off were extremely shocking. From Wang Lin's divine sense, this main earth fire vein was clearly a giant fire dragon lying deep underground. This dragon gave off an ancient aura as if it had existed for countless years and was formed by the main earth fire vein. It had no intelligence, only a will. This will was like the might of the heavens, and it continued to press down on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's essence true body's eyes lit up. He sneered and not only didn't dodge. The moment the will closed in, the fire around his body spread out and he began to rapidly devour it. Devour this will. Nourish his own will. Condense his own true will of fire. As he devoured, the entire main earth fire vein trembled. Then an even more powerful will of fire that seemed like it could destroy everything rushed over. It surrounded Wang Lin as if it was going to crush him. However, this was not Wang Lin's real body. This was his essence true body. Not only did the arrival of this will not make Wang Lin feel any discomfort, but as it devoured a large amount, his head showed signs of changing. His chin no longer looked like rose finch and revealed skin. This change caused Wang Lin to become spirited. Follow this will and find the head of the dragon soul of the main earth fire vein. I'll go there and absorb it. My essence true body will be complete. Wang Lin knew that time was of the essence, so he didn't hesitate to follow the main earth fire vein. He had to find the head of the dragon soul of the main earth fire vein. He had to complete the formation of his essence true body before the powerful cultivators of the Great Soul Sect noticed it. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. In a flash, another 3 days passed. Fan Shanlu opened her eyes. She could no longer feel Wang Lin's existence. After silently pondering for a bit, she got up and walked out of the stone room. After Fan Shanlu left, no one came to the stone room, and no one noticed Wang Lin's existence. However, this was only temporary. Wang Lin's essence true body was deep underground. He was devouring the will that was pressing down on him as he charged toward the head of the dragon soul of the main earth fire vein. He was racing against time. Another 3 days passed. At dusk on the 3rd day, Wang Lin had gone an unknown distance into the main earth fire vein. He gradually saw the head of the dragon soul of the main earth fire vein. It was the head of a fire dragon hundreds of thousands of feet large. It looked old, and even its breathing was filled with decay. The moment Wang Lin saw the head of the dragon soul, his essence true body charged into the head of the dragon soul. The moment he charged in, the dragon soul of the main earth fire vein trembled and let out a heaven-shaking roar. This roar spread from the earth to the surface and caused the main earth fire vein to tremble violently. As it trembled, the great soul sect's fire vein began to tremble. Large amounts of rocks fell off and a dense sea of fire spread out from the mountain. This sudden change immediately caused the young woman sitting in the cave at the top of the mountain to open her eyes. Her expression changed, and her divine sense spread out without hesitation. It instantly enveloped the entire mountain, and her expression changed greatly. "You sure have guts." The young woman's body flickered as she charged out of the immortal's cave. Using a minor teleportation, she appeared at the foot of the mountain, where she flicked her sleeve and smashed open the crimson door of the stone chamber. The moment the door was blown open, Wang Lin's body, which was 3,700 feet away, was shrouded in flames. There seemed to be a suction force pulling him down the main earth fire vein. "You want to run?" The young woman's face was filled with killing intent. "The third watch is complete. We'll continue tomorrow. I won't write a single ticket. I'm here to ask for a monthly ticket." Chapter 1823. Wang Lin was prepared for the early stage void, turbulent female cultivator to notice him sooner or later. The moment the young woman teleported over, the part of his origin soul he had left in his body borrowed the fire and fused with the earth. Then he followed the main earth fire vein toward his essence true body. Along the way, Wang Lin didn't feel any heat at all. This was because his essence true body had gone in first and absorbed a large amount of the will of fire. Otherwise, Wang Lin's body wouldn't be able to withstand the power of fire after his essence true body left. This was why his body didn't fuse with the earth until the young woman arrived. The young woman's eyes were filled with killing intent. She clearly felt the main earth fire vein tremble as if someone was absorbing it like crazy. This change made killing intent appear in her heart. "You dare to play such a trick before me? You're courting death." The young woman arrived 370 feet away from the stone room and took a step. She fused with the earth and chased after Wang Lin. The two of them sped along, one in front of the other. As the earth flame vein continued to tremble, the flame mountain seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. All of the disciples in the area flew out of their secluded meditation chambers and hovered in midair, their faces serious as they looked at the trembling crimson mountain. Fan Shanlu was among them. She knew that all of this was related to Wang Lin. She bitterly smiled and thought that no matter where Wang Lin went, he would cause a heaven-shaking change. Fan Shanming was also among them. Her eyes lit up as she looked at the red mountain. A moment later, she looked at her little sister, Fan Shanlu. "Little sister, it was you who brought an outsider into the stone room." Fan Shanlu's mind immediately echoed with her sister, Fan Shanming. "Although you are my sister, don't speak without thinking. In the cave world, I was used by you for so many years, and now I'm being framed by you. Do you still have a conscience?" Fan Shanlu suddenly turned around and stared at her sister with a cold gaze. She would never be able to forget that in the cave world, in order to control Wang Lin, her elder sister had even schemed against her. That danger scene made her feel bitterly disappointed, but at the same time, she also sobered up. Fan Shanming was silent and did not speak again. As the fire vein mountain trembled, the auras of several powerful cultivators of the Great Soul sect rushed out. Terrifying divine senses spread out and shrouded the fire vein mountain. This mountain was only one of the main peaks of the Great Soul sect. The Great Soul sect had 49 main peaks like this. Not every main peak had an early stage void turbulent cultivator, but this showed how powerful the Great Soul sect was. Ignoring the Great Soul sect, in the depths of the main earth fire vein, Wang Lin's body was surrounded by fire, and he was moving at an extremely fast speed. Behind him, the young woman was filled with killing intent as she chased after him. However, the main earth-fire vein was surrounded by Wang Lin's essence, true body's will. As a result, Wang Lin was like a fish in water and moved faster and faster. The young woman was disturbed and found it difficult to display her full power. The distance between the two of them seemed to be unable to be closed as they went deeper and deeper into the main earth-fire vein. In the deepest part of the main earth-fire vein, Wang Lin's essence true body had already rushed into the dragon's head. His hands formed a seal, and he was absorbing the will of the dragon like crazy. Time was of the essence, and danger was everywhere. Wang Lin had no time to think about anything else. Right now, the only thought in his mind was to devour the will of the fire. As he devoured, the dragon's soul let out a painful roar. The chin of Wang Lin's essence true body had turned into skin and no longer looked like rosefinch. This change was slowly spreading and soon spread to the mouth of his essence true body, revealing Wang Lin's lips. A bit faster, a bit more fragrant. Wang Lin's essence true body's eyes were filled with anxiety, and his heart seemed to be roaring. The dragon's soul let out a monstrous roar, and its body continued to twist. The pain of being fragrant made it feel the danger of death. As his body twisted, a shock wave spread out in all directions, causing the earth to tremble. The great soul sect seemed to be shaking, especially the flame vein mountain. The top of the mountain suddenly collapsed into countless pieces of rubble. A sea of fire erupted and rushed into the sky, as if it was going to burn the sky. This change caught the attention of the great soul sect. The disciples outside the mountain all retreated. What happened? Could someone have sneaked in the main earth-fire vein? Bursts of uproar echoed, and even more great soul sect disciples arrived. The change in the earth was felt even more strongly by the young woman underground. Her expression was gloomy, and her beautiful face was covered in frost. She stared at the escaping Wang Lin and raised her right hand. Her hand formed a seal, and a bronze mirror appeared in her hand. Ancient mirror Dao Tattoo. Turn into the shadow of the world and kill this person. The young woman swung her right hand forward, and the ancient mirror immediately shone with a light that was 100,000 feet wide. Furious roars echoed within it, and a large amount of black gas came out of the mirror. As that black gas surrounded the mirror, it turned into a gigantic face of a ghost. With a roar, the ghostly face charged forward with incredible speed. In an instant, it closed the distance between it and Wang Lin's body by more than half, and it continued. In just a few breaths, the ghostly face was less than 300 feet behind Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's body was split into two. One was inside his essence true body, devouring the fire dragon's will, and the other was inside his body, controlling his body. At this moment, when the ghostly face was 300 feet behind him, Wang Lin suddenly turned around, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. The Great Soul Sect's ghostly face spell. Wang Lin's eyelids trembled, and he took a step forward without hesitation. With this step, ripples appeared before him, and he disappeared without a trace. The moment he disappeared, the ghostly face arrived and devoured where Wang Lin had just disappeared. Thunderous rumbles echoed in the depths of the earth. A moment later, the young woman flew over in a ray of light. She paused for a moment and could not help but frown. While pondering, she suddenly looked up. She vaguely felt Wang Lin's body appear before her once more. To be able to teleport inside the main earth-fire vein, this person can't be underestimated. The young woman had tried to teleport inside the main earth-fire vein, but she couldn't. Although she was shocked that Wang Lin could do it, she didn't think too much of it. This person didn't teleport before, so he must be here. Even if it is him, it will consume a large amount of celestial spiritual energy to teleport. I want to see how many times he can teleport. The young woman let out a cold snort and waved her jade-like hand. The ghostly face let out a roar and charged out with the young woman. Wang Lin's body continued to move. Every time the ghostly face and the young woman were about to catch up, he would teleport to increase the distance. However, he wasn't heading toward the depths of the main earth-fire vein where his essence true body was. He would make slight adjustments so that he would be a bit off, but in truth, the result would be completely different. Wang Lin's essence true body was in a relatively safe environment, with his original body attracting the young woman's attention and no one to disturb him for a short period of time. His essence true body's absorption speed became even faster. As he continued to devour, Wang Lin's essence true body slowly revealed its nose. The dragon soul of the main earth-fire vein struggled like crazy, but it couldn't stop Wang Lin's essence true body from absorbing. This had nothing to do with cultivation. It was a collision and devouring of fire. The main earth-fire vein was obviously not Wang Lin's match in this battle. It didn't take long for the eyes of Wang Lin's essence true body to change from Rosefinch's eyes to his true eyes. His eyes were calm, but within that calmness, it was possible to see two balls of fire burning fiercely. Every time the enormous body of the dragon soul of the main earth-fire vein struggled, intense fluctuations would spread out, causing the ground to shake and rumble. Wang Lin's essence true body performed a double-handed incantation gesture and let out a roar. His forehead was no longer Rosefinch's, but real skin. The moment his nose, eyes, and forehead changed, a world-shaking will erupted from Wang Lin's essence true body. This will seem to have just been born, but it was rapidly growing as it devoured the dragon soul. From a distance, Wang Lin's essence true body had completely changed from his forehead down. Only the hair above his forehead still looked like Rosefinch's. That hair was none other than Rosefinch's long feathers. Only the hair is left, and my essence true body will be completely formed. Wang Lin's essence true body's eyes flashed, and he continued to devour. However, at this moment, because the dragon soul was shaking too much, the young woman chasing Wang Lin's essence true body suddenly stopped. Her figure appeared from the ghost face, and her expression changed. She clenched her teeth. I miscalculated. This person has an avatar in the depths of the main earth-fire vein. He used his true body to attract my attention, and I unknowingly forgot about his avatar. Otherwise, the shaking of the main earth-fire vein wouldn't have weakened while I was chasing him. Instead, it became even more intense. Damn it! The young woman reacted, and the killing intent in her eyes grew stronger. Her body flickered as she gave up on chasing Wang Lin's essence true body. Instead, she shot toward the depths of the main earth-fire vein, where Wang Lin's essence true body was located. The moment the young woman changed directions, Wang Lin's true body noticed it. He smiled faintly, and his expression was very calm. The reason he had left his true body in the stone room was not only because his essence true body hadn't devoured enough of the main earth-fire vein's heat, but also because he wanted to distract his pursuers. Now, he had succeeded in delaying them for a moment. It was unknown how many people would consider the name of this chapter to be. First update sent to you, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1824. It wasn't that the young woman was stupid. In fact, if it had been anyone else, they would have noticed the changes in the main earth-fire vein and stepped into the stone room, and the first thing they would have thought was that there was something wrong with this person as well. They would naturally chase, but as a result, they would inevitably miscalculate. After all, there were very few perfect people in this world. Even if it was Wang Lin, he would find it difficult to react in an instant and know that this was just a delaying tactic. It was very rare for the young woman to notice it in such a short period of time. She gave up the chase and went underground. Wang Lin saw this and sneered. This main earth-fire vein was filled with two wills. One was the soul of the main earth-fire dragon, and the other was its essence true body. Now it is my turn to attack. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He would not allow anyone to disturb his essence true body's devouring. This devouring was very important to him. This was a change to his essence, and for someone who had come from the cave world to the immortal astral continent, this change would increase his strength greatly. His body flickered, and ripples spread out beneath his feet as he disappeared without a trace. The young woman moved forward rapidly. Her body was surrounded by the ghostly face, and she moved extremely quickly. As she moved forward, a thought suddenly appeared in her heart, and she moved to the side without any hesitation. A ray of blood-red light shot past her body and pierced the ghostly face. It brushed past her body and landed on the main earth fire vein before her, causing a loud bang. It was a blood sword. This blood sword gave off a monstrous killing intent, and there was also the aura of the ancient Tao inside it. The moment the young woman saw the blood sword, her expression changed greatly. The ancient Tao sword's evil blood sword. You're not a cultivator. The young woman suddenly turned around and saw the blood sword flash once more and appear where she was looking. Ripples echoed, and Wang Lin's figure walked out. Evil blood sword. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had obtained Yi Mo's inheritance, but he was missing his left eye, so his memory was incomplete. He only knew that Yi Mo had been given the sword by the ancient Tao emperor, but he didn't know its name. After he appeared, Wang Lin didn't speak, but pointed at the sky. Bursts of seven-colored light came from a main earth fire vein and turned into a seven-colored lance before him. The spear whistled through the air, heading straight for the young woman. The young woman let out a cold snort and casually waved her right hand. The ghostly face around her let out a roar and charged at the seven-colored lance. In almost an instant, the two sides collided. The seven-colored lance couldn't resist at all and was devoured by the ghostly face. The lance flew toward Wang Lin. There was a flash of killing intent in the young woman's eyes. She stepped forward and followed the ghostly face toward Wang Lin. Since you personally delivered it, then stay. A cold voice echoed inside the main earth fire vein and entered Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin retreated and waved his sleeve. Xian Luo's golden print flew out and suppressed the ghostly face. The powerful aura from the golden print contained a trace of Xian Luo's power. When it closed in on the ghostly face, there was a thunderous bang, and the ghostly face let out a miserable scream. Then it disappeared before Wang Lin. The golden light shined brightly, and the golden print shot toward the young woman. The moment she saw the golden print, she gasped and her pupil shrank. She suddenly stopped. At the same time, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he quickly retreated. He disappeared into the main earth fire vein behind him. The golden light dimmed, and the golden print stopped moving. It disappeared along with the blood sword. Don't chase. I have no hostility toward the Great Soul sect. I just want to cultivate a spell and need the main earth fire vein. Wang Lin's voice echoed inside the young woman's mind after he left. The young woman stood there and silently pondered. At that moment, she felt the terrifying grand Empyrean aura from the golden print. This aura made her think of a lot of things. After a long time, there was a flash of coldness in her eyes. So what if he has a treasure from a grand Empyrean? This person has the blood sword, so he is obviously from the ancient Tao. Then the identity of the grand Empyrean that gave him the treasure is obvious. Although the grand Empyreans of the ancient countries are powerful, they can't control my celestial clan. Even if my judgment is wrong, and this person is backed by a grand Empyrean of the celestial clan, he wants to touch my great soul sect's main earth fire vein. So it is natural for me to hunt him down. I'm standing on the side of reason, and I'm not going to kill him. I'm just going to stop him. Even a grand Empyrean can't be so unreasonable. The young woman murmured as she suddenly raised her head and charged into the depths of the main earth fire vein once more. This woman's personality was very fierce, and her cultivation level had a lot to do with her personality. She wouldn't easily give up. Although she was shocked by the golden print, she quickly made up her mind. This was not something Du Qing could compare to. On the other side of the main earth fire vein, Wang Lin used his essence true body's will to feel the young woman's actions and let out a sigh. Cultivators that have truly entered the void turbulent stage are all determined people. A treasure formed by a Grand Empyrean's spell will not make them retreat. Forget it, since she won't retreat. Then let's see who is faster. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with determination as he disappeared without a trace. Deep inside the main earth-fire vein, inside the head of the main dragon soul, Wang Lin's essence true body continued to devour. The roars and struggles of the dragon soul seemed to weaken a lot. Only the hair of Wang Lin's true body was still Rosefinch's feathers. However, at this moment, starting from the roots of his hair, black began to appear. There seemed to be a dark light surrounding this black color, and it slowly extended. Once it completely extended, his essence true body would completely form. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin's essence true body had completely ignored the external danger and was completely focused on devouring and absorbing. He was fighting against time for survival. If the young woman arrived before he formed his essence true body, then Wang Lin would have completely failed. It would be extremely difficult to find such an opportunity again. His original body appeared before the young woman again and again to stop her from moving forward. He used various spells, but the young woman ignored him and charged toward the depths of the main earth-fire vein at full speed. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. The young woman was getting closer and closer. The main dragon soul, where Wang Lin's essence true body was, had weakened to a certain degree. Its roars had lessened and the twisting of its body had calmed down. However, that was only what was happening on the outside. The dragon soul's eyes suddenly began to shine with a dazzling light. It lifted its head and let out a powerful roar, and its body, which had been calming down, began to tremble once again. As it roared, the gigantic main dragon soul's body began to glow with a boundless sea of flames. At the same time, it began to shrink at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. From its boundless size, it shrank to 30,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 300 meters, 30 meters. At the cost of compressing its body, the main dragon soul unleashed its most powerful form of resistance. In the blink of an eye, its body shrank to 30 meters, 15 meters, 9 meters, 10 meters. As it shrank, its willpower also began to compress. When it shrank to 10 meters, it shrank again, turning into a fist-sized ball of fire. As the dragon's soul shrank, Wang Lin's true body was forced out. At the same time, the fist-sized ball of fire shot toward the center of the eyebrows of Wang Lin's true body with one final burst of madness. A loud bang rang out as the ball of fire touched the center of the eyebrows of Wang Lin's true body. It fused with it and rushed into his true body. The instant the ball of fire entered Wang Lin's essence true body, Wang Lin's divine sense began to rumble. It was as if he had become a mortal struggling on a lonely boat in a raging sea. An extremely powerful will descended, as if it wanted to destroy Wang Lin's divine sense and take over his essence true body. That will was the will of the earth fire dragon soul. It had abandoned its true body and turned into the fist-sized ball of fire. Its final burst of madness was to possess Wang Lin's essence true body. It wanted to make this essence true body the vessel of its will. This was extremely powerful. When it descended upon Wang Lin's divine sense, it turned into a giant hand that wanted to crush it. There was a sense of struggle and unyieldingness contained within this will. It was as if it was screaming at the sky, as if it was challenging the heavens and earth. In his haziness, Wang Lin seemed to see light and feel heat. The combination of light and heat formed the fire of the heavens and earth. The will within the flames seemed to be able to burn everything, including itself. It was filled with madness and an indescribable heaven-defying will that burned the entire world. It wanted to burn Wang Lin's divine sense, burn him to ashes. Fire. The origin of Wang Lin's fire of enlightenment did not come from Rosefinch, but from the heart of the candle flame. The candle flame swayed in the wind, and there was fire within it. The wind howled, tried to extinguish the candle flame. The candle flame was small, as if it could die at any moment. It turned into a wisp of green smoke and rose into the air. However, every time the wind blew, the candle flame would resist. It would shake violently, unwilling to die, unwilling to turn into green smoke. The origin of fire that I, Wang Lin, have comprehended is this will. It is the will of the candle flame. It is also the will of my, Wang Lin's cultivation. It is also the will of my, Wang Lin's heaven-defying struggle. Do you dare to destroy my will? Can you destroy it? Wang Lin's essence true body suddenly opened its eyes. His eyes were filled with flames as he let out a roar. The divine sense inside his body struggled against the will of the fire dragon's soul. It was also unyielding. Like a candle flame, monthly votes were in urgent need. Chapter 1825. This roar echoed through the main earth-fire vein, revealing the determination to resist to the end. In the distance, the young woman seemed to hear it. Her expression changed, and she rushed over. Behind her was Wang Lin's original body, and his eyes lit up. The two of them flew forward one after the other. Along the way, the young woman completely ignored Wang Lin and moved at full speed. The difference in their cultivation levels was too great, so he couldn't stop her. However, he still had the stop spell. However, he had never used this technique since the beginning. This technique needed to be used to its greatest effect at the most crucial moment. As the young woman flew at full speed, she got closer and closer to Wang Lin's essence true body. Her divine sense spread out, and she could clearly see everything. When the young woman's divine sense saw Wang Lin's essence true body, her expression changed greatly. This is an essence true body. He is actually borrowing the earth fire vein to condense his fire essence true body here. The young woman gasped and her body trembled. Her right hand, which was hidden in her sleeve, subconsciously trembled. The shock she felt was no less than when she saw Wang Lin take out the treasure the Grand Empyrean had given her. In fact, it was even more shocking. After all, she had never seen a Grand Empyrean, but she had seen an essence true body several times. The Great Soul Sect's old ancestor, esteemed Green Bull, also had an essence true body. The young woman clearly knew how difficult it was to condense an essence true body and how powerful it was. She originally thought she would only see the old ancestor's essence true body. She didn't expect to see a second different essence true body here. No wonder he wants to lure me somewhere else. No wonder he wants to take the risk of entering the depths of the main earth fire vein. No wonder he has a Grand Empyrean's treasure and still wants to come here. All of this is because he wants to condense this extremely difficult and almost legendary essence true body. The young woman's face was pale, and there was a flash of coldness in her eyes. She knew a lot about an essence true body. It was her dream to condense it. She knew that once the essence true body was condensed, the main earth fire vein would collapse and everything would disappear. I can't let him succeed. The young woman clenched her teeth. Whether it was the damage caused by the withering of the main earth fire vein or the monstrous jealousy in her heart, she couldn't allow this to succeed. She coughed out a mouthful of blood, and her body fused with the blood. She moved more than 10 times faster and disappeared in the blink of an eye. She turned into a wisp of smoke and charged toward where Wang Lin's essence true body was. After Wang Lin's essence true body let out that roar, the will of the fire dragon's soul collapsed. Wang Lin's essence true body immediately took control. The last madness of the fire dragon's soul collapsed. As the will of the fire dragon's soul collapsed, Wang Lin's will took control and devoured a large amount of the remaining will of the fire dragon's soul. A rumble echoed in his mind. As the rumble echoed, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out. He seemed to vaguely hear a mournful roar coming from the depths of the heavenly bull continent. The moment this roar entered his mind and absorbed all the remaining will of the fire dragon's soul. Wang Lin's mind rumbled like countless bolts of thunder. His mind seemed to be attracted by the roar coming from the depths of the earth and fused with it. He began to hallucinate. His vision blurred, and when it became clear, he was in space. This space was too large and boundless. Wang Lin seemed to have lost his body as he stood there in a daze. He didn't know where he was, and while he was in a daze, a heaven-shaking roar came from a distance. The moment he turned around, Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He saw a bull, a giant bull surrounded by endless coldness that almost froze space itself. This bull's body was incomparably large and seemed to have no end. It appeared among the stars and let out a roar. An indescribably terrifying aura spread out from its body. This aura covered the world and spread in all directions. Wang Lin's body seemed to be frozen, and even his thoughts seemed to slow down. Wang Lin had never seen a beast this powerful. The aura from this beast was not inferior to Xian Luo's. Heavenly Bull. These two words appeared in Wang Lin's mind, along with all the legends and legends he knew about the Heavenly Bull continent. The celestial ancestor killed the bull and turned its body into a continent. After sealing it, he named it the Heavenly Bull continent. From then on, mortals were born on this continent, and cultivators moved here to set up sections. After countless years, it became one of the 72 continents of the Celestial Clan, the Eastern Continent's Heavenly Bull continent. Wang Lin's mind trembled. The moment the legend appeared in his mind, there was a flash of golden light above the Heavenly Bull. The golden light was endless and shrouded the stars. A figure wearing a royal robe and crown slowly walked out from the golden light. The moment this figure appeared, space itself trembled. An indescribable amount of celestial spiritual energy filled the area and resisted the cold aura. Thunderous rumbles echoed across space, and the aura was shocking. Celestial ancestor. Wang Lin didn't need a guess. Just based on the legends, he immediately recognized that this person whose appearance couldn't be seen was the legendary celestial ancestor. Could it be that after I absorbed the will of the fire dragon soul, a roar came from the depths of the earth and brought me back to countless years ago, to when the celestial ancestor sealed the Heavenly Bull? But the Heavenly Bull is rumored to be fire, so why does it look so cold now? Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and his mind trembled. After the person in the royal robe appeared, the Heavenly Bull roared once more and all the ice around it surrounded it. Cracking sounds echoed and the entire area around the Heavenly Bull rapidly froze. In Wang Lin's view, not even the seven-colored celestial sovereign at his peak could resist this terrifying force. Only Xian Luo might be able to fight it if he used his full power. The instant the starry sky was sealed by ice, the man in the imperial robe raised his right hand, and his 5 fingers shot up into the sky before pointing down. At the same time, an imposing voice echoed through the starry sky. 8th level Celestial Dao, Extreme Fire Dao. As soon as he said that, a wisp of green smoke came from a man in the royal robe's finger. It circled his finger 9 times before turning into 9 rings of smoke that charged toward the Heavenly Bull. The 9 smoke rings expanded on their own as they charged out. They grew larger and larger, and in just an instant, they seemed boundless. They suddenly collided with the Heavenly Bull. The first ring of smoke collided with the Heavenly Bull's freezing aura, and the freezing aura dissipated. The second ring of smoke penetrated the ice and landed on the Heavenly Bull. At the same time, the remaining 7 rings of smoke landed on the Heavenly Bull one by one. The Heavenly Bull struggled and roared, but it couldn't break free from the 9 rings of smoke. When the 9th ring of smoke landed, all the cold aura inside the Heavenly Bull disappeared without a trace and was replaced by a monstrous fire. This fire shrouded the Heavenly Bull, making it look like a fire bull. You have invaded my celestial clan. Your body is the earth. Your spirit is the nourishment of all living beings, and your bones are the earth veins. I will suppress your soul until the end of time in the immortal astral continent. The heavenly bull let out a mournful roar as its body sank down, turning into a boundless land. Mountains rose and fell, and in an instant, countless mountain ranges appeared. The heavenly bull's bones were the veins of the earth, and as soon as they formed, endless flames spread out from the heavenly bull's body, turning the veins of the earth into veins of earth fire. At the bottom of the earth, the heavenly bull's soul was suppressed. Only its unwilling roar came from the depths of the earth, but no one could hear it. Wang Lin saw all of this, and his vision became blurry. When he became clear, he was still inside the main earth fire vein. He could still vaguely hear the roar of the heavenly bull coming from the depths of the earth. The confusion in his eyes hadn't dissipated when Wang Lin's essence true body's hair rapidly changed. Most of the feathers turned black, and his essence true body was about to completely condense. Just at this moment, not far from Wang Lin's essence true body, there was a flash of bloodlight. There was a beautiful young woman inside the bloodlight. When she saw Wang Lin's essence true body rapidly changing hair, her eyes were filled with anxiety and killing intent. She raised her jade-like hand and was about to use a spell to destroy this essence true body that was about to completely condense. Ripples appeared behind the young woman, and Wang Lin's original body walked out. The moment the young woman raised her right hand to use a spell, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his right hand, and the stop spell he had been preparing erupted at this moment. Stop spell. Stop the heavens. Stop the earth. Stop all spells. Stop thoughts. Stop all living things. This was Wang Lin's stop spell, not stop the body. The moment the stop spell was used, the beautiful young woman's body suddenly froze, and her spell was forcefully interrupted. The moment she froze, Wang Lin coughed out blood, and a large amount of blood mist erupted from his body. However, he didn't hesitate at all. He moved, but he didn't attack the young woman. Wang Lin was certain that she had a protective treasure on her. He directly teleported and appeared before the young woman where his essence true body was. He fused with his essence true body, and his origin soul was complete. At the same time, the hair of Wang Lin's essence true body completely changed into black hair. A powerful aura erupted from Wang Lin's essence true body. At this moment, Wang Lin's fire essence true body was completely condensed. At this moment, the young woman's eyes narrowed and her body recovered. Even if your avatar fuses with your original body, it still won't work. The young woman's heart trembled. She had never seen a stop spell like this before. The origin of this spell was unknown, and there was no way she would know about it. As she spoke, she charged toward Wang Lin, but Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and raised his right hand. Level 8 Immortal Dao, Extreme Fire Dao. He didn't have the bloodline of the Celestial clan, but he had other methods. I don't have many monthly votes today, so I don't want to keep giving out single ones. I'm urgently asking for monthly votes. Countdown to 300 Alliance members. A new chapter in the glory of the Immortal Renegade. Thank you, Sorrowful Mineral Water, Tycoon Child, for becoming the leader of the Immortal Renegade Alliance and achieving the glory of the Immortal Renegade Alliance. I am extremely grateful. I will specially gift you a follower of the Greedy Wolf. Chapter 1826. 8th Level Celestial Dao, Extreme Fire Dao. This was the great spell the ancestor had used to seal the bull from beyond the heavens. The divine sense Wang Lin had left in his essence true body had just left the illusion and was still in a daze. After fusing with his original body, the only thing that appeared in his mind was the celestial ancestor raising his right hand and casting the extreme fire Dao that could destroy the world. The moment Wang Lin spoke, the shadow of his essence true body appeared behind him. From afar, it looked like there were two Wang Lins standing there, and it was quite strange. The essence true body was made of fire, and when it appeared, waves of heat spread out, causing the surrounding space to distort. Wang Lin's essence true body also contained a shocking will. This will was the will of fire, like the Emperor of Fire. As Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at the young woman, the essence true body behind him also raised its right hand and pointed at the young woman. At the same time, a thin, green gas appeared on the fingertips of Wang Lin and his essence true body. The green gas was very faint, and it was difficult to see unless one looked closely. After it appeared, it surrounded Wang Lin and his essence true body and slowly rotated as if it was going to rotate once. At the same time, a powerful pressure came from Wang Lin and his essence true body. This pressure spread out and caused the young woman's expression to change. She could clearly feel the blood in her body tremble. This strange change immediately caused popping sounds to come from her body. What kind of spell is this? It can actually make my blood tremble. The young woman's pupils shrank and her hands formed a seal without hesitation. Black gas came out from the 36,000 pores on her body and turned into 36,000 ghostly faces. They rushed toward Wang Lin like a river of ghostly faces to stop Wang Lin's spell that terrified her. The moment the green gas appeared from Wang Lin's fingertips, in the void between the cave world and the immortal astral continent, Wang Lin's avatar inside the stone shell opened his eyes and raised his right hand. His eyes were filled with deduction, and at this instant, green gas came out from his fingertips and rotated once. At the same time, in the depths of the heavenly bull continent, the green gas on the finger of Wang Lin and his essence true body seemed to feel the power of the omnipresent law of the immortal astral continent. It immediately condensed and circled Wang Lin's finger once as the 36,000 ghostly faces closed in. At this instant, a green smoke ring spread out from Wang Lin's finger toward the 36,000 ghostly faces. At the same time, Wang Lin's essence true body also released a burning smoke ring that charged forward along with Wang Lin's spell. One spell, two effects. This was the most direct and obvious strength of the essence true body. Wang Lin's smoke ring flew out first and immediately collided with the 36,000 ghostly faces coming out of the pores on the young woman's body. The moment they collided, a thunderous rumble echoed, and countless ripples spread like crazy in the depths of the earth. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and mournful howls echoed. The 36,000 ghostly faces let out terrifying howls and collapsed before Wang Lin's smoke ring. The ring of smoke pierced through the army of ghostly faces and appeared before the young woman. She trembled and immediately retreated. She bit the tip of her tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood turned into a 3-foot-tall, beautiful, blood-colored figure. The 3-foot-tall figure looked very similar to the young woman, but it was not a nascent divinity. Instead, it was the manifestation of an extremely vicious divine ability the young woman had used. The moment the 3-foot-tall figure appeared, it let out a sharp howl that formed a harsh sound wave. It collided with the smoke ring that Wang Lin had penetrated the army of 36,000 ghostly faces. With a thunderous bang, the smoke ring collapsed and the 3-foot-tall figure disintegrated. A powerful shockwave landed on Wang Lin and the young woman. Wang Lin had an ancient Tao body, so he retreated several steps and coughed out a mouthful of blood. However, his expression didn't weaken at all and was filled with killing intent. What a powerful body to be able to resist the shock wave formed by the collapse of my spell. The young woman also retreated and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. However, this was far from over. If Wang Lin didn't have his essence true body, he would have been at a disadvantage. However, his essence true body had completely formed, and the smoke ring that was the same as his essence true body penetrated the layers of shock waves and shot toward the young woman. This scene caused the young woman to feel bitter in her heart. She understood the essence true body, and fighting someone with an essence true body was like fighting one against two. As the smoke ring closed in, the young woman clenched her teeth and raised her right hand. A blue umbrella appeared in her hand. Bursts of celestial spiritual energy came from the umbrella. The moment the umbrella appeared, it was as if the entire world was trembling. A terrifying aura came from the umbrella. This umbrella was extraordinary. With a whoosh, the umbrella in the young woman's hand was opened. The umbrella was very large and covered her body. The umbrella collided with the smoke ring formed by Wang Lin's essence true body. Thunderous rumbles echoed once more, and the earth trembled violently. The entire Great Soul Sect trembled, and even the mountains outside the Great Soul Sect rumbled. Cracks were forcibly torn open on the ground. The smoke ring collapsed, but the instant it was destroyed, a sharp roar that seemed to have been heavily injured came from the blue umbrella in the young woman's hand. That roar came from the umbrella's artifact spirit. As the rumble echoed, a crack appeared on the umbrella, and it automatically shrank. It turned into a ray of blue light and shot into the young woman's body. The young woman felt extreme heartache and quickly retreated. The killing intent in her eyes became even stronger as she looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face was slightly pale. The extreme fire Dao spell he had used while in a trance hadn't consumed much of Wang Lin's and his essence true body's cultivation. However, he could feel that it had consumed the power of his avatar in the void. Wang Lin had high hopes for his avatar, and he wouldn't allow it to die prematurely. The Celestial Ancestor's spell is extremely powerful. I only used it once in a trance, and was able to fight against this early-stage, void, turbulent young woman. If I had used it twice, I fear this young woman wouldn't be my match. However, this spell consumes the power of my avatar. No wonder it is so powerful. Wang Lin vaguely knew that his avatar was extremely mysterious. If his guess was correct, then his avatar would be in existence on the same level as the Celestial Ancestor and G Ancestor. Or it could be said that they were all born in the same way. Although he wasn't as strong as the Celestial Ancestor or Ancient Ancestor, as long as his avatar was given enough time, he would grow to a terrifying degree. This was his greatest killer, Tong. With Wang Lin's talent and cultivation, it was impossible for him to completely grasp the Celestial Ancestor's 8 extreme Celestial Dao with just one look. Only Grand Empyreans could do this. The reason he could use it was because of his avatar. It could even be said that after Wang Lin's original body saw the 8 extreme Celestial Dao, his avatar had comprehended the method to use it and sent it back to his original body. As a result, Wang Lin could use this ultimate spell that could seal the powerful Heavenly Bull. This spell had 9 circles and could seal the Heavenly Bull or even a Grand Empyrean. It was just that his current clone was far from reaching such a level. These thoughts flashed through Wang Lin's mind. At this moment, the young woman withdrew her blue umbrella and stopped retreating. She looked at Wang Lin with powerful killing intent. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he let out a cold snort. He raised his right hand and waved at the void beside him. The essence true body behind him also waved its right hand. The entire main earth fire vein rumbled. This main earth fire vein was too large. Even though it had lost its dragon soul and was in a state of withering, it couldn't dry up completely in a short period of time. At this moment, Wang Lin waved his hand, and the will of the fire essence rushed in. The entire main earth fire vein trembled, and a powerful sea of fire erupted, as if it was filled with life. This sea of fire was too large, and the moment it erupted, the mountains of the Great Soul Sect seemed to be burning. Even the surroundings seemed to be filled with fire. War Spirit Print. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and all the remaining fire gathered from all directions to form a giant fire palm print before Wang Lin. At the same time, Wang Lin's essence true body also raised its hand, and an even larger fire palm print appeared behind Wang Lin. As Wang Lin waved his right hand, the 2 fire palms, one large and one small, flew toward the young woman. Shortly after, Wang Lin didn't check the result. Ripples echoed under his feet, and he disappeared. The earth trembled, and the sea of fire rumbled crazily. Muffled rumbles echoed across a portion of the Heavenly Bull continent and attracted the attention of countless cultivators. After Wang Lin disappeared, an angry woman's roar echoed from the depths of the earth. At this moment, Wang Lin had merged with the world. He used spatial bending and appeared on the heavenly mountain outside the Great Soul Sect. The fire essence true body is powerful. Although my cultivation level hasn't changed, my strength has doubled. Although I can't fight against early-stage void turbulent cultivators, I have the power to protect myself. If I am in a life-and-death situation, I can use the ancient Tao, no celestial along with the extreme fire Tao, to kill a void turbulent cultivator. However, the price is a bit big. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and ripples appeared under his feet. He was about to leave. Little friend, you came to my Great Soul Sect as a guest, and now you're leaving? An ancient voice suddenly echoed behind Wang Lin. Everyone, Happy Moon Festival. Eat more mooncakes. Recently, I've been eating mooncakes every night, so I'll probably gain some weight. Eat mooncakes during the Moon Festival. After eating mooncakes, remember to vote. There is still a new week, so you need to vote well. Chapter 1827. There was no surprise on Wang Lin's face, nor was there any change in his expression. It was as if he had already known that the old voice would come from behind him. The moment the voice appeared, Wang Lin turned around and looked behind him. As the snow fell on Sky Mountain, a white-haired old man in a Taoist robe sat cross-legged on the snow and looked at him. The old man seemed to have been here for a long time, as if he had been waiting for Wang Lin to arrive. It was as if he had known beforehand that Wang Lin would appear here after merging with the world to shift in the main earth fire vein. His gaze was clear and filled with endless wisdom. He looked at Wang Lin as if he could see through Wang Lin's heart. When he looked at Wang Lin was also observing the old man. His pupils shrank imperceptibly, but they soon returned to normal. The old man seemed to give off a trace of essence. This was clearly not his original body, but an essence true body. This was the first time Wang Lin had seen someone else's essence true body. At this moment, the identity of this old man was on the verge of being revealed. Greetings, esteemed Green Bull. Wang Lin's expression was still calm as he clasped his hands and spoke in a low voice. Esteemed Green Bull's essence true body looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Show me your essence true body and let the old man see it." Wang Lin raised his eyebrows, and there was a flash of fire in his left eye. A shadow immediately appeared behind him and turned into an essence true body. Just like Wang Lin, it looked at esteemed Green Bull's essence true body. The moment the two essence true bodies looked at each other, esteemed Green Bull's essence true body suddenly stood up. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out from his essence true body and enveloped the entire Sky Mountain. The snow was blown back and the wind howled. It is indeed an essence true body. You are the third person besides myself that the old man has seen with an essence true body. Wang Lin silently pondered and didn't speak. Your name is Wang Lin, right? Taoist Master Green Bull's origin true body suddenly said. Wang Lin's expression was still calm, as if he was not surprised that the old man knew his name. Fan Shanmeng knew him, so it was not surprising that the old ancestor of the Great Soul Sect knew his name. That's right, Wang. Wang Lin replied calmly. Those who walked out of the cave world are indeed not simple. Perfected Green Bull's essence true body sighed softly. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he asked, Senior, may I know what kind of origin source true body was condensed from? Taoist Master Green Bull's true body smiled slightly. He was not offended by Wang Lin's question. Instead, he smiled and said, the old man's true body is condensed from the origin of cold. It's cold, not water. Do you understand? Wang Lin frowned and carefully looked at the old man's true body. After a long time, he slowly spoke. After a long time, he slowly said, cold is air, water is matter. Taoist Master Green Bull's true body immediately smiled. He looked at Wang Lin with undisguised admiration. The moment you entered the Great Soul Sect formation, I knew it. I watched you enter the fire vein. I watched you chat with Fan Shanlu. I watched you absorb the main earth fire vein. You formed this fire essence true body in my Great Soul Sect. This can be considered fate between you and my great soul sect. Since there is such fate, there is no need to rush. Wang Lin, how about you become an elder of my great soul sect? Wang Lin's eyes lit up, but he didn't speak. On the immortal astral continent, unless you open your own sect, you will need to form an alliance with a sect. This is the best way for you to grow and fuse with the immortal astral continent. You can disagree, but sooner or later, you'll have to make a choice. My great soul sect is one of the 9 sects of the Eastern continent, the Sure Sand sect. Become an elder of my sect, and the old man will give you a mountain as your cave. The great soul sect will provide everything you need. As long as you meet the conditions, you can even learn any Tao spell of my great soul sect. How about it? Taoist Master Green Bull's true body looked at Wang Lin and slowly spoke. Taoist Master Green Bull's words were very charming. He didn't even mention any threats. He didn't even seem to care about Wang Lin destroying the main earth fire vein, fighting the young woman at the fire vein peak, and causing the great soul sect's earth fire to burn. However, the more he didn't mention these things, and the more he looked like he didn't care, the more Wang Lin understood the invisible pressure. However, Wang Lin's expression remained the same, and his heart was calm. When he was preparing to enter the Great Soul Sect to obtain the main Earth Fire Vein, he had already made his judgment on everything that could happen. This was naturally a precaution against a steamed Green Bull. When a steamed Green Bull appeared, Wang Lin saw that a steamed Green Bull didn't come with his original body, but with his true body. Wang Lin vaguely guessed a steamed Green Bull's goal. He was using his true body as a temptation to tempt Wang Lin's heart. Everything he had said before was just a warm-up. He hadn't used his true method yet. Seeing Wang Lin remain silent, Taoist Master Green Bull's true body smiled and spoke once more. Also, the old man is the person who can help you the most because we both have essence true bodies. I can tell you the mystery of essence true bodies. Wang Lin was waiting for this. His eyes narrowed, but he remained silent. He didn't refuse or agree, but looked at Taoist Master Green Bull's true body. I'll give you 1 incense stick of time to think. Reverend Green Bull's true form lifted his right hand and swung it forward. Immediately, the green snowflakes in the area that seemed to have gathered together instantly gathered together and turned into a green snow incense stick in front of the old man. It burned without flames and slowly melted. It was no different from a real fragrance. Time slowly passed. Soon, only half of the snow incense stick remained, and Wang Lin suddenly spoke. How did you know that I would appear here when I left? My Great Soul Sect has a spell called the Soul I Tao. With this spell, one can divine a lot of things. There are many capable people on the immortal astral continent, and there are many ways to divine things. In my celestial clan, Imperial Teacher Dao Xian is number 1. With his power alone, he can deal with the 3 imperial teachers of the 3 royal families of the ancient countries. My Great Soul Sect Soul I Tao is only a glimpse of it. The point is not to divine others, but to change oneself so that it is difficult for others to divine themselves. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Time is almost up. I'm waiting for your decision. Taoist Master Green Bull's true body smiled. Wang Lin looked at the little snow incense stick left, and his eyes lit up. He suddenly took a step back, and the essence true body behind him also took a step forward. Ripples appeared under Wang Lin's feet, and he disappeared from Heavenly Mountain. Taoist Master Green Bull's true body didn't stop his sudden action, and his expression didn't even change. He looked at Wang Lin disappear and shook his head. Before the incense stick burns out, if you are really the person the ancestor spoke of when they moved to the Heavenly Bull continent and chose the main Earth Fire Vein to build the Great Soul Sect, you will return because I have the spell and information you need. However, if you don't return, it means you're not the person. Since you're not the person, then, he muttered and closed his eyes. There wasn't much snow incense stick left, and it slowly melted. The Heavenly Bull continent was very far from the Heavenly Mountain. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, it would take him about a month to fly there. The sky above a mountain twisted and ripples appeared. Wang Lin took a step and floated in the air. This place was filled with mountains that were irregular and scattered. They were densely packed and boundless. It was a typical landscape of the heavenly bull continent. So I doubt whether this spell really exists or not. I'll know once I try it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he looked around. He didn't notice any abnormalities. Although there were many creatures nearby, none of them could threaten him. The wind here was strong, and as it whistled, it landed in the mountain forest, causing the leaves to rustle. It was a beautiful sight. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Lin's body trembled. He vaguely saw something and looked down at the mountain range below. The earth was very ordinary, as if there was nothing special about it. However, Wang Lin's pupils suddenly shrank, and the feeling of his hair standing up appeared in his body. He looked at the earth and waved his right hand. A gust of wind blew by, causing the trees on the mountain to sway. In an instant, the entire mountain and the swaying trees seemed to form a word. This word was very simple. It was king. After silently pondering for a long time, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. His body flickered, and he disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was even further away, closer to the Blue Dragon sect. This was where Wang Lin had been before. This was where he absorbed the first child vein and met Du Qing. I have never been to the place where the word king appeared. There are many ways to explain the appearance of a word, but I've been here before. I want to see if a miracle can happen again. Wang Lin's figure appeared in the sky, and he looked down at the earth. However, this gaze caused his body to tremble violently. Thunderous rumbles echoed in his mind as he stared at the earth. Due to the withering of the child earth fire vein, cracks had appeared on the earth. These cracks formed the word Lin. One had to look from above to notice this Lin. The word existed. After looking at it for a long time, Wang Lin closed his eyes. He was certain that every crack on the earth had been formed at that time and not drawn by someone. In other words, all of this had appeared naturally. While silently pondering, Wang Lin moved once more. This time, he didn't choose a target, but subconsciously teleported. After disappearing, he appeared in the sky somewhere in the heavenly bull continent that he didn't even know where he was. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, and he didn't see any more words formed by the earth. Below him was a curved river. This river was very ordinary and wasn't a word. Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief, but soon his expression became serious. He saw the ruins of an ancient stone bridge on the river below. This bridge was ancient and had existed for an unknown amount of time. Most of it had collapsed, and only the part on the shore still existed. There was a stone tablet with blurry words that seemed to have the name of the stone bridge written on it. Wang Lin landed next to the stone tablet. When he saw it, his body trembled violently. Return bridge. Wang Lin murmured. Today's update is normal, and there will be 3 more updates in the next few days. Chapter 1828. Wang Lin has returned. These 4 words seemed to contain the might of thunder and flashed in Wang Lin's mind. There seemed to be a thunderous rumble that caused him to retreat a few steps beside the broken bridge. His expression changed constantly as he looked at the broken bridge. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. Interesting. I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting thing on the immortal astral continent. Divining and simulating the passage of time. This spell is indeed interesting. Is the Great Soul Sect fated with me? There was a flash of contemplation in Wang Lin's eyes. I don't know what I will encounter if I teleport a few more times, but there is no need to try. Whether it is the Great Soul Sect's esteemed Green Bull or the powerful cultivators from countless years ago, since they divined that I would come to the Great Soul Sect and absorb the main earth fire vein, they all waited for me here because they want to be fated with me. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled. It is very easy to break out of this situation, but why should I break it? The Great Soul Sect wants me to become an elder, and I also want to borrow the Great Soul Sect to understand the immortal astral continent more. Wang Lin took a step back and ripples echoed under his feet. He disappeared without a trace. Blue snow fell from Heavenly Mountain as if it didn't know exhaustion. The snow in the wind was reflected by the sunlight and glowed green. It carried an indescribable aura as it spread out, as if it was connected to heaven and earth. Esteemed Green Bull's true body was sitting there in the snow. His white hair was motionless in the wind. Not even a single strand moved. It was very strange. Before him, the incense stick formed by the snow was slowly melting. Only a small portion remained, and it wouldn't be long before it completely melted. Time unknowingly passed like this. Just as the snow incense stick completely melted, the snow on the mountain gathered together to form a vortex. Wang Lin's figure walked out from the vortex. The moment he stepped on the snow incense stick melted and disappeared. "You're back." Enlightened Master Green Bull's true body slowly opened his eyes, a smile on his face. "This is the cultivation technique of the Soul Eye Path." Azure Bull's true body raised his right hand and reached at the void. There was a flash of ghostly light, and a purple jade appeared in his hand. This jade gave off an ancient aura, as if it was an ancient object that had existed for far, far too long. With a wave of his hand, the Azure Ox true body tossed the jade slip at Wang Lin without even asking for Wang Lin's choice. Wang Lin reached out and caught it. He scanned it with his divine sense, then put it away with a calm expression. "Let's go back to the Great Soul Sect." Green Bull stood up and swept away the green snow on his body. He took a step forward, and a 3-foot-long cloud wheel appeared under his feet. Clouds were formed from chi, and the cloud wheel looked more like a rapidly spinning mass of chi. It spun around the feet of the Azure Ox true body, causing it to suddenly shoot off into the distance. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he stepped forward. He didn't merge with the world, but turned into a ray of light. The two of them quickly disappeared from the world. There were many main peaks in the Great Soul Sect. The Fire Vein Mountain that was connected to the main Earth Fire Vein was only one of them. If one stood in the sky, they would be able to see the endless mountain ranges. Occasionally, some peaks would be surrounded by fog and give off a gloomy aura. Some were surrounded by giant, ghostly faces that let out silent roars that formed ripples that spread in all directions. The 360 main peaks formed the main sect of the Great Soul Sect. Some of the main peaks were very far away from each other, while others were very close to each other. There were countless gorgeous pavilions, halls, plazas, and cave mansions in the valleys between them. The Great Soul Sect had 100,000 disciples, and they lived in this large sect. They cultivated many spells and cultivation methods. The Great Soul Sect had many spells. Aside from their own spells, as they destroyed many other sects over the countless years, they had obtained a lot of Tao inheritances from other sections. Now they were being taught by their disciples. At this moment, the red Fire Vein Mountain had completely changed color. It was no longer red, but dark purple. There were large amounts of cracks and damage on the mountain, making it look extremely dilapidated. The young woman on this mountain was named Yin Lu. Her expression was gloomy, and her hair was a bit messy. There seemed to be endless anger hidden in her body that could erupt at any moment. The moment Wang Lin and Green Bull closed in, Yin Lu immediately noticed. She turned around with a cold gaze, and her face was filled with killing intent. "All disciples of the Fire Vein Mountain, listen to my order. Follow teacher to kill this thief that destroyed my mountain." Yin Lu turned into a ray of light and charged forward. Behind her, more than a dozen core disciples quickly followed. Fan Shanlu and Fan Shanming were among them. From a distance, this teacher and disciple group were all beautiful women. At this moment, they were like a phoenix flying toward Wang Lin and Green Bull's true body outside the Great Soul Sect. After returning to the Great Soul Sect, Wang Lin's expression was the same as before, but his heart was different. The first time he came, he had sneaked in, but this time he walked in with his head held high. Along the way, he and Green Bull didn't speak. When he saw the Great Soul Sect not far away, Green Bull was about to speak when he suddenly frowned. Wang Lin also noticed something and saw a giant phoenix fly out from the Great Soul Sect. The head of the phoenix was a young woman. She was extremely beautiful, but her beauty was replaced by killing intent. It was the woman who had chased Wang Lin into the main earth fire vein. "Little thief, you destroyed my mountain. I can't let this matter rest." The young woman didn't even give Green Bull a chance to speak. With her cultivation level, how could she not see the problem? The old ancestor had personally brought her back, and it didn't look like she had been captured at all. Instead, she looked more like a guest. If she spoke now, even if the old ancestor wanted to stop her, he would have to give an explanation. After all, Yin Lu was one of the elders of the Great Soul sect. Not only was Yin Lu beautiful, but she was also very cunning. She didn't come alone, but had brought all the core disciples. If the old ancestor protected her, it would be the same as giving up on her branch. If the disciples saw this, it would be the same as forcing her to leave the Great Soul sect. This was the same as tearing off all pretense. In addition, Yin Lu had brought out the shadow of the Wind Phoenix. This shadow was very large and gave off a powerful pressure. This created a powerful aura in the Great Soul sect. This aura wasn't for the old ancestor to see, but to attract the elders of the other main peaks. Some people who were on good terms with her felt it and flew out from their respective peaks. This action was the same as exposing herself to the eyes of everyone, and she was standing on the side of reason. Even the old ancestor would find it difficult to give up easily. In a short period of time, Yin Lu's actions contained so much cunning and thought. This was enough to show that she was not ordinary. As she closed in, powerful auras came from the main peaks of the Great Soul sect. They turned into figures and charged over. These figures all had different cultivation levels. The highest was at the early stage of Void Turbulent, and the lowest was at the Spirit Void stage. Thank you, old ancestor, for helping Yin Lu capture this thief. Little thief, I want to see how you will escape this time. Yin Lu charged at Wang Lin. From Wang Lin's perspective, the beautiful young woman had turned into the head of a phoenix and was closing in on him with its giant beak. From afar, this scene looked like a phoenix that smelled the heavens. An early-stage void, turbulent cultivation erupted from the phoenix. However, this cultivation seemed a bit unstable, and the moment it erupted, it seemed to fall. It was obvious that this beautiful young woman had been seriously injured by Wang Lin in her battle with Wang Lin. When she saw the mountain in such a sorry state, she became even angrier. She didn't even have time to heal before she saw Wang Lin appear. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Not only did he not retreat, but he laughed loudly. His laughter spread in all directions. Since he was going to join the Great Soul sect and become an elder, he had to establish his might. The old ancestor of the Great Soul sect knew that he came from the cave world and also knew that he had the ancient Tao bloodline. As a result, Wang Lin would no longer hide and would erupt. As for how to deal with the aftermath, that was a problem for the old ancestor to consider. After making a decision in his heart, Wang Lin stepped forward and raised his right hand. He formed a fist and threw a punch at the void. God tremble, soldier formation. This punch landed in the sky and a thunderous rumble echoed. The sky began to distort and turn into a giant vortex. It was as if the world was rotating and everything was rotating, but only Wang Lin didn't move. The moment the vortex appeared, Yin Lu's phoenix was also pulled in. The phoenix seemed to be pulled in by the vortex, and it looked like it was about to collapse. When Wang Lin used this spell to fight the old Devil Jean, the old Devil Jean was also at the early stage of Void Turbulent. Now that Wang Lin used it again, it was just as shocking. The moment the god Tremble appeared, the expressions of the surrounding elders changed. Even Yin Lu's pupils shrank. This was not the first time she had fought Wang Lin, but she had never seen Wang Lin use this spell. Daoji's aura. This is the aura of an ancient country cultivator. This person is not a cultivator of my celestial clan. He is a cultivator of an ancient country. Esteemed Green Bull frowned and let out a sigh. He raised his right hand and waved at the sky. A powerful force shrouded the area and completely covered up Wang Lin's ancient Tao aura. making it so no one outside could feel it. Demonic spell, Beacon Fire Mountain. Wang Lin stood in the sky, and his white hair fluttered in the wind. He looked very majestic as he pulled back his fist and waved his palm forward. Chapter 1829. With this wave, the phoenix shadow around Yin Lu collapsed. Then the world twisted and flames rushed out. They surrounded Wang Lin and formed 8 pillars of smoke. Demonic energy filled the area. Mournful roars came from the pillars of smoke and shrouded the surroundings. The 8 pillars of smoke didn't stop but rotated around Wang Lin like a storm toward Yin Lu. The storm shrouded Yin Lu, and the thunderous rumbles were heaven-shaking. All of this was seen by the surrounding elders of the Great Soul sect, and their expressions became serious. Wang Lin's spell was simply too shocking. Even they felt fear when they saw it. This is a pure ancient Dao spell. It is not the same as my celestial clans. Most of Ji Dao's spells aren't used in one go. They are used in multiple combinations to erupt at the last moment. This person's identity is too sensitive. Why did the old ancestor bring him back? This person's cultivation looks ordinary, but under this spell, even I would be defeated. If I'm a slightest bit careless, I would die. The cultivators of the Ji country have amazing bodies. This person's body must be extraordinary. Yin Lu's hair was a mess, and she was inside the firestorm formed by the 8 pillars of smoke. Everything before her was dim, and roars echoed in her ears. The endless suction force seemed like it was going to collapse her body. A sense of life and death crisis appeared in her mind. Who the hell is he? That fire ring spell was already shocking, but I didn't expect him to have another terrifying spell. Yin Lu didn't have time to think. She bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. She grabbed the blood and mercilessly squeezed. I use my essence blood to summon the heroic souls of the Great Soul Sect's ancestors. Soul illusion return. Yin Lu's voice was sharp and contained a penetrating force. It passed through the firestorm and entered the ears of everyone outside. As Yin Luan crushed the blood with her jade-like hand, strands of blood mist came out from between her fingers. With a bang, the large amount of blood mist connected together behind her and formed a crimson blood path. The blood path extended into the endless void, and no one knew where it led to. A muffled roar came from the depths of the blood path, and a strange space seemed to have been opened there. A figure covered in a bloody aura and surrounded by endless mournful, vengeful souls walked out from that strange space. The moment his body stepped onto the blood road, the world changed colors. It's the 9th ancestor. Yin Lu's soul illusion return can actually summon the 9th ancestor. When did she have such a powerful will? The 9th ancestor, Luo Yinhai. The murals in the sect describe how he slaughtered his entire life and how he imprisoned 1 billion Dao souls. He was a peerless expert. When the 9th ancestor's cultivation reached its peak, he challenged Grand Empyrean Dao Yi and was killed by Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. However, he didn't destroy his soul and allowed it to return to the sect. An uproar echoed across the world when the figure covered in blood aura appeared on the blood road behind Yin Lu. It was impossible to see the head and appearance of that Shuesha's figure. Even its body was a blur. However, the Shuesha's aura was world-shaking. At the instant it appeared, it only took a single step forward. When this step landed, the world rumbled and a powerful killing intent spread out. The firestorm around Yin Lu was pushed back as if it couldn't withstand this force. Even Wang Lin's mind trembled and his eyes shined brightly. The Great Soul Sect's Dao spells are indeed amazing. The position of Elder has many benefits for me. Whether it is the Soul I Dao or the Soul Illusion Return, they are both extremely powerful. I must learn them. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he retreated 3 steps under the terrifying killing intent. The aura of Dao Ji rose from his body, and a giant ancient order shadow appeared behind Wang Lin. This shadow became solid and looked very realistic. It was wearing an ancient armor and looked exactly like Wang Lin, While retreating, Wang Lin withdrew his right hand and pointed forward with his index finger. Devil Dao, life and death reversal. With this, Yinlu's expression changed once more. She clearly felt the powerful vitality in her body rapidly turn into death aura. A sense of weakness immediately filled her body. As Wang Lin pointed, the entire world was filled with a dense death aura. This death aura came from all the lives that had died in the Great Soul sect over the countless years. All of them had become part of this death aura. The death aura was like a sea, and it seemed to have turned into a sea of death outside the Great Soul sect. Bursts of mournful roars came from the sea and shrouded the area. Under this spell, the expressions of the surrounding Great Soul sect elders changed, and they retreated without hesitation. Only those with extremely high cultivation remained where they were, but they all had serious expressions. They looked at Wang Lin with deep dread in their eyes. Even though this much death aura had gathered, it was far from over. As the death aura spread out from the earth and surrounded the area, Wang Lin seemed to hear another roar coming from the depths of the earth. This roar was the roar of the heavenly bull. Under this ancient land, the heavenly bull was sealed. In reality, the heavenly bull was already in a state of being half dead. Its body had turned into the land, and its spirit had turned into a spirit that nourished all living beings. Its soul had been suppressed, but its unyielding will still existed. At this moment, as Wang Lin's devil Dao reversed life and death, a shocking death aura erupted from the depths of the earth. The earth trembled, and the world seemed to be covered in fog. The death aura rushed into the sky and fused with the sea of death to form a giant heavenly bull before Wang Lin. The heavenly bull had a ferocious expression, and its eyes were bloodshot. It let out a roar filled with unwillingness to die. The moment the heavenly bull appeared, the entire Great Soul sect was shaken. The surrounding elders trembled, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Heavenly bull! Could this be the heavenly bull? He actually turned into the shape of the heavenly bull. This is impossible. How could this be? Even the old monsters of the Great Soul sect that hadn't appeared and were watching with their divine senses were shocked. They flew out from their respective mountains and looked at the shocking death aura heavenly bull. Even some of the old eccentrics with extremely high cultivation bases, who thought that the fight was not worth watching, were moved at this moment. In the deepest part of the Great Soul sect, there was an old man sitting on a high mountain. This old man looked exactly the same as esteemed Green Bull's true body. His identity was obvious. He was esteemed Green Bull's original body. His eyes, which had been closed for a long time, suddenly opened, revealing a rare look of excitement. The soul can trigger the heavenly bull. The person the ancestor was talking about is him. Countless years ago, the ancestor moved the Great Soul sect to the heavenly bull continent and chose this main earth fire vein as the first peak. All of this was to wait for one person. This person can trigger the heavenly bull. This person came from the cave world. This person is him. He is not someone from the immortal astral continent. He came from the cave world. To a certain extent, he is very similar to the 72 fierce beasts sealed under the 72 continents of the celestial clan. The heavenly bull came from outside the world and is not a spirit of the immortal astral continent. This person is the same, which is why he can trigger the soul of the heavenly bull. The moment the death aura heavenly bull appeared, Yinlu's face turned deathly pale. She didn't expect this battle to develop to such a degree. A roar echoed across the world. The death aura heavenly bull let out a roar and charged at Yinlu. At the same time, the blood figure behind Yinlu stepped forward once more. This time, it took 3 steps in a row. With each step, Yinlu's face became even more pale, but an even stronger pressure came from the blood figure and resisted the death aura heavenly bull. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air. The death aura heavenly bull and the Shueisha figure might not have gotten close, but they still collided with the pressure from a distance away. The rumbling made it seem as if the world was being turned upside down. The blood figure distorted and eventually dissipated, but at the same time, the death aura heavenly bull also collapsed and dissipated. This death aura heavenly bull was only formed by part of the heavenly bull's will, so it was far inferior to the real heavenly bull. Even so, the power it contained wasn't weak. God, demon, devil, ancient Tao, no celestial, Wang Lin muttered as his fingers formed a palm and he gently pushed forward. The power of the three ancient clans inside his body rapidly fused into one. He clenched his fist and threw a punch. Ji Dao's no celestial punch caused the ancient order giant behind Wang Lin to open its mouth and let out an invisible roar. It followed Wang Lin's punch and threw a punch. This punch hit the void, but 9 layers of ripples echoed. Wherever the ripples passed, the earth crackled and the sky rumbled. The vegetation on the mountains, the pavilions on the ground, and everything outside the Great Soul sect flashed gray and rapidly petrified. Yin Lu coughed out a mouthful of blood and quickly retreated. Her expression changed, and she looked at Wang Lin with fear in her eyes. Seeing the 9 layers of ripples rush toward Yin Lu, a roar echoed across the world. Enough! Yin Lu, step back. Don't be rude to the new elder. As for your Fire Vein Mountain, the old man will compensate you. The monthly votes are at stake. Chapter 1830. With this roar, a storm-like divine sense shrouded the area and collided with the ripples formed by Wang Lin's ancient Tao, no celestial. The ripples silently collapsed layer by layer and dissipated into specks of light. Yin Lu's body was knocked back by this divine sense. She only stopped after retreating more than 1,000 feet. Under this powerful divine sense, the surrounding Great Soul sect elders all silently pondered. The world around them slowly stopped changing. An old man appeared between Wang Lin and Yin Lu. This old man wore green and had white hair. It was esteemed Green Bull's original body. The moment his body became corporeal, his essence true body took a step forward and fused with his original body, turning into a blurry shadow behind him. A terrifying aura spread out from the old man's body. Wang Lin felt that this aura had already surpassed the 7-colored celestial sovereign at his peak. Late stage, void, turbulent. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his pupils shrank an undetectable amount. Greetings, ancestor. After the old man appeared, the surrounding Great Soul sect elders all bowed. Even Yin Lu's expression was gloomy. She lowered her head and respectfully bowed. Only Wang Lin stood there without bowing. His expression was calm as his gaze swept past esteemed Green Bull. Yin Lu, Elder Wang, is someone invited by the old man. From now on, you will be one of the elders of my Great Soul sect. As for your Fire Vein Mountain, the old man will open up another cave for you, and you can enter the Soul Scripture Pavilion for 3 days. Esteemed Green Bull slowly said as he looked at the beautiful Yin Lu. Yin Lu silently pondered. She was originally unwilling, but thinking about Wang Lin's terrifying spell, she silently nodded. This matter is over. Everything related to Elder Wang is a secret of my Great Soul sect and can't be spread. Those who violate the sect rules will be punished. Esteemed Green Bull's expression was solemn as he spoke in a deep voice. His gaze swept past everyone before finally landing on Wang Lin. Elder Wang, welcome to the Great Soul sect. Esteemed Green Bull smiled. Wang Lin also smiled. He cupped his fists and bowed politely to esteemed Green Bull. When everyone's eyes were focused on him, Wang Lin smiled and said, I'm new here. If I'm rude, I hope everyone won't take it to heart. Wang Lin had a smile on his face. His words were not arrogant and were very gentle. Adding on the spells he had used to show off his might, the surrounding Great Soul sect elders clasped their hands and bowed. Elder Wang is too courteous. We are all from the same sect, so we will naturally help each other. Elder Wang's cultivation base is extraordinary, and your divine abilities are even more shocking. We cultivators respect the strong. How could I be reckless? It's no big deal, no big deal. If Elder Wong has time, you can come to Free Cloud Peak. The old man has celestial tea gathered by girl. We can drink tea and discuss Tao. Polite words continued to echo, but Wang Lin didn't show any impatience. He smiled and replied to them one by one. Then the elders left and returned to their respective peaks. Soon, only Yin Lu, Wang Lin, and esteemed Green Bull remained in the sky outside the Great Soul Sect. In the distance were Yin Lu's disciples, including Fan Shanming. She looked at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze. Elder Wang, first choose a peak in the Great Soul Sect as your cave. The old man can arrange it for you. Once you are familiar with the Great Soul Sect, you can come find me. Every elder of the Great Soul Sect has a chance to enter the Soul Scripture Pavilion. There are many spells there that you can choose from. In addition, there are 3 gifts that have been prepared for you for a long time. Since you have come, the old man will give these 3 gifts to you on behalf of the ancestor. They should be very useful to you. Esteemed Green Bull's words clearly showed how much importance he placed on Wang Lin. Yin Lu silently pondered and let out a cold snort in her heart, but she didn't speak. Wang Lin nodded slightly and looked at the Great Soul Sect. From his position, he could see that the Red Mountain was now in a sorry state and was very dim. He pondered a bit. There was no deep grudge between Wang Lin and Yin Lu. Speaking of which, it was Wang Lin who had provoked her first and made her cave look like this. Anyone would find it difficult to accept. Senior Green Bull, there is no need to find another mountain for my cave. That Fire Vein Mountain is fine. Wang Lin pointed at the dim, broken mountain in the distance. As for the new cave, I'll give it to Yin Lu. Wang Lin smiled at the beautiful woman. The young woman was startled and her expression relaxed a bit, but the anger in her heart wouldn't dissipate. When she saw Wang Lin smile, she let out a cold snort and glared at Wang Lin. Esteemed Green Bull looked at this and laughed. That's fine. In 3 days, you can come find me at the Green Heavenly Peak. As Esteemed Green Bull spoke, his right hand reached at the void and a jade flew toward Wang Lin. This jade can allow you to enter most of the Great Soul Sect's restrictions at will. Wang Lin caught the jade and no longer spoke. In a flash, he flew toward the dim mountain. When he passed by Yin Lu's many disciples, Wang Lin stopped and looked at Fan Shanming with an unfathomable gaze. Fan Shanming's heart trembled when Wang Lin's gaze swept by her, and she quickly lowered her head. Her cultivation level was not bad. She had gone through 7 arcane tribulants like Du Qing. Back then, she and her little sister could become the 7-colored celestial sovereign's Tao partner. This had nothing to do with cultivation. It was because she was a disciple of the Great Soul Sect. There was also a deeper reason that seemed to be related to a great opportunity. Otherwise, with the 7-colored celestial sovereign's early-stage void tribulent cultivation, he wouldn't have chosen her as his Tao partner. The 7-colored celestial sovereign's life was full of changes. Outsiders couldn't see through his infatuation, but when his cultivation level increased and he became a mid-stage void tribulent cultivator, he was still able to see through Fan Shanming. Perhaps it was because of this that when he found out that Fan Shanming and Lien Daofei had an ambiguous relationship, the anger in his heart was so great. My cave is missing a maid. This woman is pretty good. Yin Lu, give her to me. Wang Lin stopped and looked at Fan Shanming. He raised his right hand and pointed at her. With this, Fan Shanming's heart trembled. When she heard Wang Lin's words, her expression changed greatly. Don't even think about it. Yin Lu had finally calmed down, but after Wang Lin's words, her emotions erupted. Her eyes were filled with killing intent, and this expression made her look strangely beautiful. Wang Lin laughed as he turned into a ray of light and flew into the Great Soul Sect. His point just now had another meaning. After Wang Lin left, Yin Lu suddenly looked at Fan Shanming. There was a strange light in her eyes, and it was unknown what she was thinking. Being stared at by her teacher, Fan Shanming bit her lower lip. She was nervous and didn't dare to speak. Inside the Great Soul Sect, Wang Lin stood on the dim Fire Vein Mountain. His divine sense spread out and surrounded the entire mountain. Due to the withered earth-fire vein, it was now an abandoned mountain. Even a mountain seemed to be weak and could collapse with just a bit of force. However, none of this was a problem for Wang Lin. He raised his right foot and gently stepped down. His fire essence true body appeared and fused with the mountain. The moment his essence true body fused with the mountain, a dense sea of fire erupted from the mountain. The sea of fire seemed to connect the heavens and earth. It surrounded the entire mountain and made it burn fiercely. Since you lost the power of fire, I'll replenish your fire. Since you lost the will of fire, I'll use my will to control the mountain. As Wang Lin muttered, the sea of fire burned all the restrictions that had existed in the mountain and formed new restrictions. The color of the mountain changed from dim to red like the sun. It was even more intense than before. The fire on the mountain seemed to burn forever and would never extinguish. When Yin Lu saw this, she immediately clenched her teeth. The trace of relief she felt toward Wang Lin accepting the broken mountain disappeared. I can't coexist with him. She suppressed the fire in her heart until old ancestor Green Bull rearranged the mountain for her. After he left, she immediately summoned Fan Shanmeng. Fan Shanmeng, go to the Flame Vein Mountain. Didn't that person named Wang want you to be his maid? Go be his maid. Teacher. Fan Shanmeng's expression changed greatly, and her body trembled as she knelt on the ground. She looked pitiful, and there were tears in her eyes. When Yin Lu saw her expression, Yin Lu let out a cold snort. This person named Wang is the person you told me about before. He came from the cave world. Put away your charm. Your charm is useless against teacher. Your talent is wanton and caused the death of your Dao companion, the seven-colored celestial sovereign. You also caused Lian Daofei to go missing and enter the seven Dao sect's cave world. Teacher doesn't know your ability, but if you can use it on that person named Wang and cause him to die, teacher won't mistreat you. Fan Shaming's body trembled. She raised her head and was about to speak. Don't say anymore. You have to go whether you want to or not. Kill him for me. This is what you are good at. With your charm, you should be able to do it. Go. Yin Lu waved her sleeve, and a gust of wind blew Fan Shanmeng out of the mountain. Outside the mountain, Fan Shanmeng was silent for a long time. When she turned to look at the burning mountain where Wang Lin was, her eyes were filled with deep hatred. If it wasn't for what Wang Lin said before, Yin Lu wouldn't have sent her away. Curse him to death. Her master's words seemed to still echo in her ears. Fan Shanmeng took a deep breath. The hatred in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by a water-like charm. Her expression was calm as she lightly walked towards the burning mountain peak. The neighbor was renovating. So annoying, annoying, annoying. It was painful, 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 painful. In the afternoon, he planned to go out and find a place to write. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to write. Chapter 1831. In the Great Soul Sect, Wang Lin's cave mountain was very unique. The burning fire seemed like it would never extinguish, but there was no smoke coming from it. Only the world around the mountain was distorted by the sea of fire, making everything look like an illusion. The mountain was extremely hot, and if one got close, they would sweat a lot. If one got closer, it would feel like their blood was boiling. In the entire mountain, Wang Lin had only kept 3 caves. The rest had all been destroyed, and he was the only one left. Sitting inside the cave that originally belonged to Yin Lu, Wang Lin's essence true body appeared behind him. He slowly merged with the mountain as if he had become one with it. Wang Lin cultivated for a while before he opened his eyes. There was a flash of light in his eyes. Great Soul Sect. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and a purple jade appeared in his hand. It gave off an ancient aura and a hint of decay. Soul Dao. The person I have met the best at divination is Tian Yunzi. Also, Qing Lin has a similar Dao spell. This kind of divination spell is very useful. Back then, I borrowed Tian Yunzi's avatar to calculate and survived several life and death crises. Now that I have the soul I Tao, I must learn it. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to move an inch on the immortal astral continent. More importantly, I need to hide myself so others will find it difficult to divine me. Wang Lin pondered as his divine sense spread out to cover the jade in his hand. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly looked up. The entire mountain had fused with his essence true body, so the mountain was his essence true body. He could clearly feel a woman walking over from outside the mountain. The woman stopped outside the mountain. After pondering a bit, she lowered her head and said with a gentle and pleasant voice, "Disciple Fan Shanmeng is ordered by teacher to come here to meet Elder Wang." Fan Shanmeng. Wang Lin smiled faintly and lowered his head to ignore her. Instead, he used his divine sense to study the jade slip in Sun Man's hand. The soul is the path leads the soul, and the path seeks life. The moment Wang Lin's divine sense entered the jade slip, an old voice reverberated in his mind. That voice seemed to contain a strange power, causing Wang Lin to be completely immersed in it as he comprehended the soul I path in the jade slip. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Fan Shanmeng was still standing outside the mountain peak, waiting with her head lowered. The temperature here was like waves, coming in layers, causing Fan Shanmeng's clothes to be drenched in sweat, sticking to her body. It was very uncomfortable, but she still stood there, waiting for Wang Lin to summon her. This feeling made her feel very helpless. She thought back to everything that had happened in the past, and a trace of hatred flashed in her eyes. However, she quickly hid it. Inside the cave on the mountain peak, Wang Lin opened his eyes. He looked at the jade in his hand and silently pondered for a bit. 9 billion runes. Each rune needs a certain amount of time to be imprinted on the soul. 100,000 runes is small success. 2,700,000,000 was considered medium, and 4,900,000,000 was considered large success. This technique was extremely strange. It was easy to get started, but if one wanted to take a step further, it was shockingly difficult. Moreover, the further one went, the more complicated the inscriptions would be, and the longer it would take to brand the inscriptions into the soul. Is this the Great Soul Sex Soul I Path? Wang Lin silently pondered for a bit, and his expression became a bit strange. According to the time given on the jade, it only takes 3 days to get started. Within 3 days, 9 out of 10 people will be able to imprint 100,000 runes on the soul. However, if one wants to reach medium success, it will take 999 years, and one will have to go into closed-door cultivation at all times. This is also possible. It is not uncommon for cultivators to go into closed-door cultivation for thousands of years. However, if one wants to reach large success and imprint for 9 billion runes, they will have to go into closed-door cultivation for 178,000 years. This, Wang Lin frowned. He vaguely understood why old ancestor Green Bull had so easily given this seemingly precious soul I path to him. This spell could not reach large success at all. At most, it would only reach medium success. After letting out a cold snort, Wang Lin closed his eyes and continued to immerse himself in imprinting the runes on the soul. Soon, at dusk on the 3rd day, the world was golden and there was a hint of bleakness. Wang Lin opened his eyes once more. It is indeed as the jade said. 3 days to imprint 100,000 runes on the soul. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed to between his eyebrows. His body trembled and strands of soul energy came out. The soul energy quickly formed a small person above Wang Lin's head. This small person was only 3 inches tall, and its body was formed by the 100,000 runes imprinted on Wang Lin's soul. This small person did not look the same as Wang Lin. It only had a pair of eyes, no nose, no mouth, and not even ears. With a gentle leap, the small person landed before Wang Lin. When Wang Lin stretched out his right hand, the small person jumped up once more and stood on Wang Lin's palm. Looking at the small person, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. The 100,000 runes on the small person's body flashed continuously, making it so that he could only see the small person's flesh. However, when he scanned it with his divine sense, he found nothing. When Wang Lin looked at the small person, it was also looking at Wang Lin. Its eyes were clear and contained an indescribable spirit. The moment their gazes met, Wang Lin felt like he was in a trance. Soul, eye path. Search for the mysteries of oneself. Wang Lin suddenly said, wanting to divine his own fate. The moment he spoke, the small person on his palm trembled and gave off waves of ghostly light. It immediately knelt on Wang Lin's palm and kowtowed to Wang Lin. When the small person's head touched the skin on Wang Lin's palm, a strange power seemed to spread out from the small person's body. It rushed into Wang Lin's palm and into his mind. Wang Lin's vision blurred, and he seemed to see a fog. This fog was filled with a blood-red light, and he could faintly see countless figures, but he could not see them clearly. At that moment, the small person kowtowed again. When its forehead touched the skin on Wang Lin's palm for the second time, Wang Lin's mind rumbled, and the fog before him seemed to be forcefully pushed away by a wave of power. He could faintly see a mountain that was shrouded in Wang Lin's thunder. It was like a lightning mountain that stood at the peak of the world, and at the foot of the mountain he saw a person suppressed at the foot of the mountain. Bolts of lightning descended from the sky and continuously struck the mountain. He could also faintly see a giant chariot formed by thunder and thunder in the sky. A figure also formed by thunder stood on the chariot, looking down at the ground. Wang Lin was shocked. Without hesitation, he carefully looked at the face of the person suppressed at the foot of the mountain, but it was a blur, and he couldn't see it clearly. At that moment, the small person on his palm trembled and kowtowed to Wang Lin for the third time. The moment its forehead touched the palm, Wang Lin's body trembled violently, and his mind rumbled. It was as if he had once again obtained the power to push away the fog, allowing him to clearly see the face of the person suppressed at the foot of the mountain. That person was shockingly himself. The moment he saw everything clearly, the illusion before Wang Lin collapsed with a bang. It was as if a cultivation planet had smashed into him, and with a bang, his divine sense rapidly shrank. Who will use this thunder mountain to suppress me in the future? Wang Lin's expression was ferocious. As everything before him collapsed, he forced his divine sense to remain. He lifted his head and looked at the figure on the chariot formed by thunder in the sky. He wanted to see the person's face clearly. Soul Dao, activate it once more. He could not see clearly, but how could Wang Lin give up just like that? As he sent the message, the small person in his hand trembled and kowtowed for the fourth time. With a bang, it was as if a giant bolt of thunder had rumbled through the world Wang Lin saw. The blinding light completely lit up the blurry world, and at that moment, Wang Lin clearly saw the appearance of the person on the chariot. The moment he saw the person clearly, Wang Lin trembled. His body trembled, and the illusion before him completely collapsed. His eyes narrowed, and when he looked up, he was still inside the cave. The small person in his palm had a dispirited expression. Its gaze was dim, and it was motionless. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin still could not forget the last thing he saw. Impossible! How could this be? Wang Lin's eyes were filled with confusion. After a long, long time, he clenched his hand, and the small person in his palm fused with his soul to nourish it. This matter is strange. However, the soul, Dao, can indeed divinate the future. After this person recovers for some time, I might be able to use it to divinate the whereabouts of Situ, Shimizu, Li Qianmei, and the others. Wang Lin pondered and suppressed the shock he felt from what he had seen. At his current cultivation level, he had experienced too many things in his life. Even if it was a heaven-shattering event, he could calmly suppress it in his heart. 3 days. I wonder what the 3 gifts old ancestor Greenbull mentioned are. He also said that I can enter the Great Soul Sect's Soul Scripture Pavilion to choose a spell. The multi-layered illusion spell of the Great Soul Sect appeared before Wang Lin's eyes, as well as the spell Yan Lu had used to summon the souls of the Great Soul Sect's ancestors. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin walked out of the cave and stepped onto the burning mountain. He immediately saw the extremely weak Fan Shanming outside. She was still standing there, and when she saw Wang Lin appear, Fan Shanming had a complicated expression. She was about to speak when Wang Lin walked out of the Fire Vein Mountain and walked past Fan Shanming. "You." Fan Shanming's eyes were filled with anger, but she suppressed it. She stared at Wang Lin as he left and took a deep breath. She calmed herself down and continued to wait. She had no way out. Wang Lin turned into a ray of light and left the Fire Vein Mountain. He flew toward the depths of the Great Soul Sect. The restriction-breaking jade old ancestor Green Bull had left behind contained a map of the Great Soul Sect. This allowed Wang Lin to clearly know where the green heavenly peak was. Chapter 1832. In the depths of the Great Soul Sect, there was a mountain that pierced into the sky. This mountain was green, and because it was so tall, it looked like it could support the world. This was the forbidden land of the Great Soul Sect, where esteemed Green Bull went into closed-door cultivation. Wang Lin rushed forward, and the restrictions of the Great Soul Sect rippled before him, but they had no effect. It wasn't until he arrived outside the green heavenly peak that Wang Lin stopped. He looked at the peak and clasped his hands. "Junior Wang Lin, is Senior Green Bull here?" The green heavenly peak trembled, and all the restrictions around it dissipated. An ancient voice came from within. "Peak, I'll wait for you here." Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and swept the green heavenly peak. His eyes became serious. This peak looked ordinary, but there was a very powerful aura coming from this peak. This is a mountain formed by a treasure. Wang Lin's expression didn't change as he charged toward the top of the mountain. He soon arrived at the top of the mountain. At the top of the green heavenly peak, esteemed Green Bull was sitting there. His green robe fluttered in the wind, causing his white hair to flutter. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he arrived before esteemed Green Bull and sat down. Sitting there, esteemed Green Bull slowly said, "The soul I Tao is indeed extraordinary. 178,000 years of cultivation might compare to the celestial emperor imperial teacher. Wang admires the Great Soul Sect's deep foundation." Wang Lin slowly said. When esteemed Green Bull heard this, he laughed. There was no awkwardness in his expression, and he looked very calm. "Yes, Elder Wang is right. He has just entered my Great Soul Sect and is already proud of the Great Soul Sect. This is a very good point. In truth, the old man has always thought this way. If someone can really go into closed-door cultivation for 178,000 years to cultivate the soul I Tao, they will have computing power comparable to the imperial teachers. 178,000 years ago, when you cultivate a type of divine ability, your cultivation base doesn't increase, and your life force and lifespan won't be enough. Is there anyone like that?" Wang Lin's words were not polite at all. Those 178,000 years left him feeling rather helpless. The old man had never heard of anyone in the Great Soul Sect cultivating the soul I Tao to this level. Even the first-generation ancestor had only imprinted 1 billion runes. However, Elder Wang's talent is amazing, and he must have encountered a lot of opportunities. Perhaps he can find a way to cultivate my Great Soul Sect's secret art to completion. Esteemed Green Bull smiled. Bullshit. Wang Lin wasn't polite at all. He rarely spoke like this, but right now, esteemed Green Bull's expression was too evil. As soon as these words came out, esteemed Green Bull was clearly taken aback. Clearly, he had not expected Wang Lin to give such a reply. Blinking, esteemed Green Bull indeed felt a little guilty and chuckled. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. I have 3 gifts here that the Great Soul Sect prepared for you. They should be of great use to you." With that, esteemed Green Bull quickly waved his right hand, and 3 rays of light appeared. They formed 3 boxes and flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and put the 3 boxes away. He didn't even look at them. It can't be that it will take 178,000 years to open the boxes again, right? Esteemed Green Bull coughed and quickly said, "Old man, I don't know. These 3 gifts were prepared by the first-generation ancestor for you. The Great Soul sect has been keeping them for you for generations, and now you can take them away. As for what is inside, I don't know. Even if there's a problem, don't come looking for me." Seeing Wang Lin frown, Esteemed Green Bull stood up and pointed at the sky. A giant rift appeared outside the green heavenly peak. There seemed to be another space inside the rift, and there was a giant 9-story pavilion inside. This pavilion was shrouded in fog and gave off a pressure that came from a soul. Before entering the rift, just looking from the outside, Wang Lin immediately felt this pressure. "I still have a batch of medicinal pills to concoct. Go into the Soul Scripture Pavilion and choose a divine ability. According to the rules of the past generations, you can only choose once. If you want to choose a second divine ability, you'll have to complete a mission from the sect." With that, Patriarch Azure Bull's body vanished. He had teleported away. Wang Lin stood up and ignored Esteemed Green Bull. Instead, he looked at the rift in the sky. After pondering a bit, he stepped into the rift. The moment he entered the crack, a powerful pressure enveloped him. This was a blurry space. There was no sky, no earth, only a huge 9-story building that was shrouded in mist. Outside the pavilion, there were 2 giant, fierce beast statues. They were very lifelike. The door to the pavilion was closed, and the surroundings were completely silent. There was a flickering light in the fog on the 6th floor, as if someone was walking on the 6th floor. Above the gate, there were 3 big words: Soul Scripture Pavilion. This was the holy land of the Great Soul sect, where all the spells and spells of the past were stored. It looked calm, but Wang Lin could vaguely see that there was killing intent everywhere. There was an unknown amount of terrifying killing intent here. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin raised his foot and walked toward the door of the 9-story pavilion. As he closed in, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the giant beast statue to the right. This beast looked like a Qilin, but there was something different about it. The moment Wang Lin looked over, the beast statue suddenly began to move. As the surroundings twisted, a roar echoed inside Wang Lin's body. "Hand over the jade." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He could see that the soul of a powerful beast was sealed inside this statue. This soul was suppressed here, and after fusing with the statue, it could use various spells. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the jade that Esteemed Green Bull had given him appeared in his hand. The moment the jade appeared, Wang Lin felt his vision blur. There was a flash of red light, and the jade disappeared without a trace. The mouth of the statue seemed to be chewing, and a moment later spat out the jade. You can enter the Soul Scripture Pavilion and choose a spell. After the stone statue sent out the message, it stopped moving and the distortion in space disappeared. It returned to normal and remained motionless. What fast speed! Wang Lin's pupil shrank. He hadn't seen the statue's movement before, but after thinking about it, he knew that the red light was the beast's tongue. After the stone statue stopped moving, the door of the 9-story pavilion slowly opened a gap. Waves of spiritual ripples spread from within, causing the pressure in this place to become even heavier. Wang Lin's expression didn't change as he walked through the crack. The moment he stepped into the first floor of the Soul Scripture Pavilion, he saw the secret of the Soul Scripture Pavilion. This was a room that was several thousand zhong wide. Tiny people that were 7 feet tall floated in the room, meditating with their eyes closed. They did not move at all, but powerful ripples of cultivation emanated from their bodies. Wang Lin's gaze swept past the thousands of people. There were men and women, old and young, but without exception, they were all soul bodies. Each soul body contained a spell. Soul Scripture Pavilion. Wang Lin murmured. He saw the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. The stairs were emitting a ghostly light, as if there was a restriction on them. Without enough cultivation, they wouldn't be able to go up. It was obvious that the higher one went in the Soul Scripture Pavilion, the more powerful the spell. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and walked past the hundreds of soul bodies toward the stairs. The moment his foot landed, a rejection force appeared as if it wanted to stop Wang Lin from going up. This rejection force was very powerful and could stop anyone below the third step. However, it was insignificant to Wang Lin. He calmly walked up the stairs and arrived at the second floor. The second floor of the Soul Scripture Pavilion also had thousands of soul bodies, and the auras they gave off were several times stronger than those on the first floor. However, after Wang Lin looked around, he didn't find the two spells he was looking for: the multi-layered illusion spell and the spell to summon the soul of the great soul sex ancestor. Most of the spells here can be comprehended by someone at the Nirvana Void stage, and their power is extraordinary. However, they're useless to me. Wang Lin pondered as he walked up the stairs to the third floor. Third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor. Wang Lin didn't stop for long before he arrived at the fifth floor of the Soul Scripture Pavilion. There are less than 500 soul bodies here, and the auras they gave off were at the Arcane Void stage. This place clearly belonged to Arcane Void cultivators. Although Wang Lin couldn't see the changes or chants, he could tell that each of them contained great power. If any of these soul bodies were taken outside, Wang Lin didn't know what kind of effect they would cause, but if they were placed in the cave world, it would cause a great calamity. However, although these spells were tempting, going to zero wasn't an option for Wang Lin right now. He looked at the stairs leading to the sixth floor, and his eyes lit up as he walked there. The moment his foot landed, a thunderous rumble echoed in Wang Lin's mind. It was as if he had been seriously injured and his body trembled. His foot landed on the ground, and he remained motionless. On the sixth floor, Yanlu was sitting there with a soul body floating above her head. Strands of soul energy were coming from the soul body and entering her head. The moment Wang Lin stepped onto the stairs to the sixth floor, Yanlu suddenly opened her eyes and revealed a strange gaze. The only one who can come to the Soul Scripture Pavilion at this time is likely Wang Lin. This person's cultivation is strange. He can't just be at the late stage of Spirit Void. Let's see if he can come up to determine his true cultivation level. Fengling Tian's new book, World Defying the Nine Heavens. This name was too domineering, and Air Jen was startled. Book number 195-270-7772, edited by New Book Judgment. This name was also very domineering, and Air Jen was startled. Book number 211-0915, The Two Giants Collided. Air Jen, prepare to watch the two giants fight. Haha. Chapter 1833. The moment Wang Lin stepped onto the stairs to the sixth floor, esteemed Green Bull, who was using this excuse to refine pills, suddenly opened his eyes. None of the first 5 floors have the cultivation method he wants. The 6th floor requires the willpower of a void turbulent cultivator to step on others. This Wang Lin hasn't reached the void turbulent stage, but he has many secrets. Perhaps he can enter the 6th floor. However, the 6th floor is his limit. As for the 7th and 8th floors, once he enters, he can cause the heavens to change. There are no more than 5 people in the Great Soul Sect who can enter. As for the final 9th floor, no one but me can enter. Also, when the first-generation ancestor divined the heavens, he said that this Wang Lin can only enter the 9th floor after 300 years. Esteemed Green Bull smiled and no longer spoke. At the stairs leading to the 6th floor, Wang Lin's body remained motionless. After a long time, his eyes shined brightly, and he let out a deep breath. What a powerful illusion technique! In that instant, he had experienced countless illusion worlds. In the short time it took for half an incense stick to burn, it felt like hundreds of years to him. Now that he became sober, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He raised his left foot and took another step. When his foot landed on the stairs, his mind rumbled once more, but Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all. His eyes shined brightly as his left foot landed and his right foot raised. He took 7 steps in a row. Every step he took caused a thunderous rumble in his mind. A powerful pressure descended as if it wanted to drive him off the stairs. A mere restriction can't stop me. Wang Lin's god stars appeared between his eyebrows, and the demon stars appeared in his eyes. Popping sounds came from his body as he used his powerful physical body to resist this pressure and took another 5 steps. At this moment, he is less than 8 steps away from the entrance to the 6th floor. Once he steps up, he will enter the 6th floor. I have battled void, turbulent cultivators before. This restriction merely imitates the will of the void, turbulent cultivator. My will, Wang Lin, was born in the cave world and stepped on the immortal astral continent. I also have avatars in the void that belong to the celestial ancestor and ancient ancestor. This restriction is nothing to worry about. A shocking willpower suddenly appeared inside Wang Lin's body. His expression was calm as he raised his foot, step by step, step by step. He didn't stop at all as he walked toward the 6th step. Wang Lin had passed the 7th step, and there was only 1 step left. When Wang Lin's foot was about to land on the last step, his vision blurred. When he regained clarity, he was at the edge of a cliff. Once his foot landed, he would fall to the bottom. In the depths of the cliff, mournful roars echoed. Ferocious souls rushed toward Wang Lin like smoke. Looking at the many souls rushing up from the bottom of the cliff, Wang Lin began to ponder. He wasn't in a rush, but he noticed the strangeness of his surroundings. The restrictive spell looked very simple. It seemed that as long as one had enough willpower and took a step forward, ignoring the vengeful souls in the precipice, they would be able to cross it. However, Wang Lin felt like something was wrong. At this moment, a majority of the souls had rushed out and were less than 1,000 feet from Wang Lin. They were less than 100 feet from him in an instant. This illusion restriction is quite ingenious. A cold smile appeared on Wang Lin's face. His body flickered, but his footsteps didn't change. He continued to step forward toward the edge of the cliff. The moment his foot landed, the faces of the souls below were filled with excitement. It was as if they had been waiting for Wang Lin to do this. However, the moment Wang Lin's foot landed, ripples spread out. His body disappeared without a trace, and the moment he disappeared, the illusory world collapsed. At the entrance to the 6th level of the Soul Scripture Pavilion, Wang Lin's body took a step forward. He didn't step onto the last step, but instead stepped onto the 6th level of the pavilion. The moment his foot landed, Wang Lin's mind rumbled, and everything calmed down. At the same time, esteemed Green Bull, who was in the cave on Green Sky Peak, didn't seem surprised at all. He nodded slightly. No wonder the first-generation ancestor predicted him to be close. Without anyone telling him, he successfully entered the 6th level on his first try. This is very rare. You actually came up. In the 6th level, Yin Lu's eyes narrowed, and she looked at Wang Lin. If you can come, then why can't Wang come? Wang Lin's expression was calm as he walked forward. If he had taken that step directly and didn't cross the last step, then all his previous efforts would have been wasted. The mystery of this restriction was that the last step couldn't be stepped on, it could only be crossed. Since ancient times, countless people in the Great Soul Sect had tried to enter the 6th level but failed here. Once you failed in the Soul Scripture Pavilion, you could only stop and wait for the next opportunity to enter the Soul Scripture Pavilion before you could try again. Someone must have told you about the mysteries of the stairs to the 6th level, Yin Lu calmly said, thinking she had guessed the answer. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he looked at Yin Lu. He didn't speak, but spread out his divine sense to observe the 6th level. There were far fewer soul bodies here than the 5th level, only a bit more than 60. However, every single soul body gave off powerful auras. It was obvious that they contained powerful spells that only void, turbulent cultivators were qualified to obtain. In Yin Lu's eyes, Wang Lin's action clearly confirmed her previous guess. She closed her eyes and no longer paid attention to Wang Lin. After all, the Soul Scripture Pavilion prohibited all battles. Although she had been an elder of the Great Soul sect for many years, she didn't dare to violate the rules here. The Soul Scripture Pavilion was only a place to choose spells. This was the holy land of the Great Soul sect. There were too many unimaginable secrets here. Yanlu understood this very well. Wang Lin's divine sense swept by the more than 60 soul bodies. He found the multi-layered illusion spell and the soul guide origin spell that Yanlu had used before. The soul body above Yanlu's head was the soul guide origin spell that Wang Lin was looking for. The entire 6th level was very quiet. Wang Lin pondered a bit and stepped forward. His feet landed on the ground of the 6th floor. This floor was covered with wooden planks, and when he stepped on them, creaking sounds could be heard. In the silence of the 6th floor, this sound was extremely ear-piercing, causing Yin Lu to open his eyes, and a look of disgust flashed in his eyes. Wang Lin didn't care about Yin Lu's expression at all. As the crunching sounds echoed, he arrived near the soul body. After carefully looking at it, he slowly frowned. Yin Lu noticed Wang Lin's expression and sneered. She naturally knew why Wang Lin was frowning. In truth, when she first came here and saw the famous multi-layered illusion spell, she also frowned. The Great Soul Sect's multi-layered illusion spell. There are only the first 5 layers here. If you have the ability, you can go to the 7th level. It is said that the last 2 layers are there. If you have the ability, you can go to the 8th or 9th level. The 9th level has the complete multi-layered illusion spell of the Great Soul Sect. Oh! Wang Lin looked at Yin Lu, and his gaze swept past the soul body above her head. This soul origin technique is also incomplete. Could it be that it's also above the 7th layer? Of course, the 7th level of the Great Soul Sect is all about strength. If you have the strength, you can naturally obtain the complete spell. The entrance to the 7th level is there. Do you dare to go up and try? Yin Lu sneered and pointed not far away. The place he was pointing to was an ancient staircase that led to the 7th floor of the Pavilion of the Souls. The Pavilion of the Souls was very strange. There were no restrictions to prevent dust from entering. Therefore, the staircase was covered in dust. It seemed like no one had gone up there for a long time. Only when one got closer could they see that it wasn't that there were no footprints on the staircase. It was just that the footprints were too faint and were covered by new dust. Can you go up? Yin Lu looked at Wang Lin and revealed a smile of contempt. Wang Lin didn't speak. He looked at the staircase and frowned slightly. Only someone with mid-stage void turbulent could pass the 7th level. It was very difficult for Wang Lin, not to mention the 8th level and the final 9th level. If you don't have the ability to go up, then don't be picky. Just the spells here are enough for you for a lifetime. Yin Lu concluded that Wang Lin wasn't qualified to go up. Although her words weren't too harsh, the meaning behind them was disdain. Hearing Yin Lu's words, Wang Lin suddenly smiled. He turned to look at Yin Lu. Although this beautiful woman was filled with resentment, not only did her beauty not fade, it became even more attractive. However, in Wang Lin's eyes, her skin and flesh were no different from bones. Wang Lin looked at Yin Lu and slowly said, "How about we make a bet? If I go up to the 7th level, what do you want to bet?" His words echoed in the 6th level and entered Yin Lu's ears. This caused her expression to become serious. She looked at the staircase leading to the 7th level and began to ponder. How many of this Wang Lin's words are true? Humph! The number of people in the Great Soul Sect that can enter the 7th level can be counted on one hand. I have tried before, but I can't go up more than 7 steps. Although this person's cultivation is a bit mysterious, I have fought him twice. If I can't go up, then he can't. His words are to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. If I don't agree, he can avoid this topic, and I won't be able to continue provoking him with this topic. If you can step onto the 7th level, I'll use this as a bet. After Yin Lu thought it through, her eyes lit up. She waved her right hand, and a blue umbrella appeared before her. What about you? If you can't step onto the 7th level, what will you use as a bet? Yin Lu stared at Wang Lin, and her words became cold. Tomorrow at 3 a.m., I'll last for a few days. The monthly votes will explode, and the gap will widen. Chapter 1834. There was a flash of bloodlight, and Wang Lin raised his right hand. The blood sword flew into the air and landed on the ground. This sword is enough. Yen Lu's gaze swept by the blood sword. She knew that this blood sword was a treasure of the ancient Dao clan, and it was enough to bet with her blue umbrella. Good. I'll bet with you. I want to see how you will be repelled by the restrictions on the 7th floor. Yen Lu's pupils shrank. She suddenly couldn't understand Wang Lin. He could take out this sword. Could it be that he is 100% confident? Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he no longer looked at Yen Lu. He walked toward the stairs to the 7th floor. His pace wasn't fast, but every step he took caused ripples to echo. It was as if he was stepping on Yen Lu's mind. At this moment, she was no longer trying to comprehend the spell inside the soul body. Instead, she stared at Wang Lin and suddenly felt a little nervous. She vaguely regretted provoking Wang Lin. The blue umbrella was a very powerful treasure of hers, and its defensive power was extremely shocking. This person is cunning and full of tricks. I fear that after he loses, he'll go back on the bet. Under Yen Lu's gaze, Wang Lin slowly arrived at the ancient stairs. Wang Lin looked at the stairs. There were a total of 19 steps, and at the end was the 7th floor. It looked like he could cross it with one step, but when he got close, the stairs gave off a very dangerous aura. This was a warning to Wang Lin that if he didn't have enough willpower, stepping on the stairs would be like a lonely boat in the raging sea. What? You don't dare? Yen Lu saw Wang Lin silently standing next to the stairs and felt relieved. She was really afraid that he would easily enter the 7th floor, even though it was almost impossible. Wang Lin suddenly turned his head and looked meaningfully at Yen Lu. Watch carefully. As he spoke, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly, and he stepped onto the first step. The moment his foot landed, the world of the Great Soul sect changed colors, and thunderous rumbles echoed. A giant staircase stretched hundreds of kilometers into the sky above the Great Soul sect. This staircase shined brightly and lit up the night sky above the Great Soul sect. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the night, causing countless cultivators of the Great Soul sect to awaken from their closed-door cultivation. Some spread out their divine senses, and some simply came out. They all saw the giant stairs in the sky. Someone wants to enter the 7th floor of the Soul Scripture Pavilion. This person has a head full of white hair. Based on his appearance, isn't he the new Elder Wang? Although his cultivation is not ordinary, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for him to enter the 7th level. Haha, there is more excitement to watch. It has been more than 100 years since someone entered the 7th floor. Aside from those few old fellows, almost no one dares to enter the 7th floor. The restrictions of the Soul Scripture Pavilion are very powerful. Unless one can successfully enter the 7th floor, this change won't happen again. However, before one succeeds, they will be the center of attention every time they step onto the stairs. I think this Elder Wang will definitely fail. There was a total of 19 steps, and there was a giant figure standing on the first step. This figure had a head of white hair. It was Wang Lin. This was the change caused by the Great Soul Sect's Soul Scripture Pavilion trying to enter the 7th floor. In the past, anyone who wanted to enter the 7th floor would experience this change. Everyone would know, and they would be watched by the entire Great Soul Sect. This was a kind of glory, but at the same time, it was a great pressure. If someone didn't have the qualifications to enter the 7th floor and force their way in, their performance would be seen by everyone, including being bounced back in a sorry state. It was because of this that it had been many years since someone had tried to enter the 7th floor. Inside the Great Soul Sect, figures flew out from their respective peaks and looked at the sky. Although this kind of excitement was not rare for the people of the Great Soul Sect, it was not easy to see it. Now that they had seen it, they were naturally very interested. However, very few people thought Wang Lin could succeed. Most of them wanted to see him in a sorry state. Even Ancestor Azure Bull frowned on the blue sky peak. His gaze seemed to pierce through the cave and see the change in the sky. He is a bit reckless. With his cultivation, It is impossible for him to enter the 7th floor. Old Ancestor Green Bull let out a sigh and shook his head. This is also good. Let's dampen his spirit. Don't think my great soul sect has no mysteries. At the same time, there were a few old monsters that were in closed-door cultivation in 3 to 5 other peaks in the Great Soul Sect. They slowly opened their star-like eyes and silently looked over. Interesting. With this kind of cultivation, it is already difficult to enter the 6th floor, but he wants to enter the 7th floor. This child is overestimating himself. In the shadow in the sky. On the 19th step, Wang Lin's right foot landed on the 1st step. His eyes were closed, and his body remained motionless. However, shortly after, he suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the end of the stairs. He suddenly raised his foot and walked forward step by step. Every step he took caused a thunderous rumble to echo across the Great Soul Sect like thunder. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin took 5 steps and walked up 5 steps. In the 6th floor of the Soul Scripture Pavilion, Yin Lu stared at Wang Lin. After seeing him take 5 steps, her expression suddenly changed but soon returned to normal. So what if he took 5 steps? He can't make it past the 7th step? Yin Lu clenched her fists and forgot to comprehend the spells inside her soul. Her gaze was completely focused on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his heart was like a monstrous wave. At the moment he took 5 steps, he felt like he was immersed in a bottomless abyss. A powerful divine sense came from the stairs and bombarded his mind, creating a loud sound. Back down! Back down! Back down! Although it was only one word, it caused endless echoes to erupt in Wang Lin's mind. It was as if hundreds or thousands of people were roaring at Wang Lin at the same time. As this loud sound echoed, Wang Lin felt like his body was going to be torn apart. It was as if he would be destroyed if he didn't retreat. As this sound echoed, Wang Lin stopped on the 5th step. He looked up at the end of the stairs and revealed a decisive gaze. Essence true body, condense. Wang Lin raised his right hand, formed a seal, and pointed. A thunderous rumble echoed inside the Great Soul Sect. A powerful sea of fire erupted from the Fire Vein Mountain. The sea of fire filled the sky, and a giant face appeared inside the sea of fire. This face was Wang Lin's essence true body. In a flash, the monstrous sea of fire charged at the illusionary stairs and Wang Lin. It instantly closed in and entered Wang Lin's body. At the same time, on the stairs leading to the 7th floor of the Soul Scripture Pavilion, the sea of fire around Wang Lin spread out and formed his essence true body. The moment his essence true body appeared, Wang Lin's eyes lit up as if he had obtained new strength. He raised his foot and stepped forward once more. The 6th step, the 7th step, the 8th step. Wang Lin's footsteps didn't stop. In an instant, he stepped onto the 1st step of the sure sand. The moment his foot landed, Yin Lu, who had been paying attention to Wang Lin, suddenly stood up. Her beautiful face changed greatly, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Her body trembled, and she didn't notice that her right hand was clenched so tightly that it had turned white. Impossible. At the same time, inside the Great Soul Sect, the expressions of all the cultivators and elders that had seen Wang Lin take a few steps and reach the 13th step changed, and a wave of uproar spread. He paused on the 5th step and walked directly to the 1st sure sand step. This person has such powerful willpower. That is an essence true body. It is actually an essence true body. Elder Wang's actions are very shocking. There are still 6 more steps, and he can enter the 7th floor. Not everyone in the Great Soul Sect knew about Wang Lin's essence true body. The shock and horror it caused before everyone was indescribable. The entire Great Soul Sect was boiling. Even the old monsters that had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time were shocked. The sure sand step. Inside the green heavenly peak, old Ancestor Green Bull's eyes were serious, but he still sat there and didn't get up or go out. I underestimated him. His essence true body seems to be very close to the level of a true celestial. Essence true body, essence true celestial. The difference is just one word, but it is like the gap between heaven and earth. However, the sure sand step is about to reach his limit. At most, he could take 3 more steps. Old ancestor Green Bull's cultivation was high and his eyes were sharp, so he was rarely wrong. Inside the Soul Scripture Pavilion, on the 13th step from the 6th floor to the 7th floor, Wang Lin stood there and silently pondered for a moment. He had used the power of his essence true body to get here, but in his mind, the voice that was like the heavens might have become countless times more powerful. Back down! Thunderous rumbles echoed in his mind and continued to impact Wang Lin's origin soul. He looked calm, but in truth his eyes were in a trance. This trance was seen by Yen Lu, by the countless cultivators outside the Great Soul Sect, and by the old monsters that were in closed-door cultivation. He can't hold on. Yen Lu is filled with joy. It looks like he won't be able to enter the 7th floor. Many cultivators of the Great Soul Sect secretly shook their heads. However, just at this instant, the trance in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared and was replaced with a monstrous light. Yen Lu, it's too early for you to be happy. Wang wants your umbrella. The first update has arrived. Today is 3 a.m. The gap between the monthly votes is getting larger. Please get monthly votes. Chapter 1835. As Wang Lin spoke, he raised his foot and stepped toward the 14th step. The moment his foot landed, Wang Lin's essence true body turned into a sea of fire and rushed into Wang Lin's body. In an instant, Wang Lin's body trembled and fused with his essence true body. After his foot landed, he stepped out once more. The 15th step. The world rumbled, and the countless cultivators of the Great Soul Sect watched as Wang Lin took another step after reaching the 15th step. The 16th step. Still missing 3. My, Wang Lin's will not yield to the heavens. Why should I step down? As Wang Lin spoke, the life and death essence erupted from his ethereal essence. The ethereal essence wasn't affected on the immortal astral continent, so it erupted. Wang Lin stepped onto the 17th step. My will runs through the cave world and the immortal astral continent. I am the first to walk out of the cave world. Even if the will of a mid-stage void, turbulent cultivator exists in the Soul Scripture Pavilion, what qualifications do you have to make me step down? Inside Wang Lin's body, his true and false essences erupted. His body rapidly changed, and he stepped onto the 18th step. All of this was seen by the disciples of the Great Soul Sect, and their minds trembled. When Yen Lu saw this, her face turned pale. Even the old monsters of the Great Soul Sect that were in closed-door cultivation all came out to personally look. Divine retribution cannot erase my will. I retrieve my own fate from divine retribution. I didn't come to the immortal astral continent to submit, but to control myself. I didn't come to obey, but to trample the heavens. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly, and his karma essence appeared. He stepped on the 19th step and stepped onto the 7th floor of the Great Soul Sect's Soul Scripture Pavilion. The moment he took a step, the shadow above the Great Soul Sect shined brightly. The surroundings were completely silent. All the Great Soul Sect disciples had serious expressions and looked at the shadow with respect. The strong were respected no matter where they went. Wang Lin had used his own footsteps to tell everyone in the Great Soul Sect that he could enter the 7th floor. This caused the hearts of those who didn't think highly of him to tremble, and they were unable to speak for a long time. From now on, the 7th floor of the Soul Scripture Pavilion is no longer limited to the old ancestor. Now, there is one more. Amidst the silence of the Great Soul Sect, a sigh came from an unknown place in the distance. At the same time, in the green heavenly peak, esteemed Green Bull silently pondered. He was still sitting there and didn't get up, but his eyes were filled with seriousness. He has actually stepped into the 7th floor. The ancestor said that he would enter the 7th floor in 3 years, the 7th floor in 30 years, the 8th floor, and the 8th floor in 300 years would enter the 9th floor. He would bring me. Now, it has actually changed. On the 7th floor of the Soul Scripture Pavilion, the moment Wang Lin's foot landed, he turned his head. His gaze followed the stairs and landed on the pale Yin Lu on the 6th floor. He waved his sleeve, and the blood sword and Yin Lu's blue umbrella flew toward Wang Lin. Yin Lu, Wang wants this umbrella. Yin Lu subconsciously wanted to grab the umbrella, but her pride wouldn't allow her to do so. While she hesitated, the umbrella and blood sword arrived next to Wang Lin. After putting away the blood sword, Wang Lin grabbed the blue umbrella. He was about to erase Yin Lu's divine sense and turn it into his own when Yin Lu's cold words came from the 6th floor. Wang Lin, do you still want to bet or not? Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he sneered. He stopped erasing Yin Lu's divine sense from the umbrella and held it in his hand. What do you want to bet? I bet you can't enter the 8th floor. Do you dare to bet? Yin Lu's body flickered and she appeared at the stairs. However, she didn't dare to step forward and looked up at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't immediately speak and began to ponder. If you lose, you only need to return this umbrella to me. But if you win, Before Yin Lu finished speaking, Wang Lin interrupted her. Why should I continue to bet with you? Wang Lin's words were calm as he waved his sleeve and walked toward the less than 30 soul bodies floating in the 7th floor. Wang Lin, if you win, Yin Lu, will give this treasure to you. Yin Lu waved her jade-like hand and a small, purple gourd appeared. As soon as the gourd appeared, waves of soul fluctuations suddenly spread out from it. This is the treasure of the 9th ancestor, Luo Yinhai, and I accidentally obtained it. It is where he gathered 1 billion Dao souls. Although it is damaged, there are still 30 million Dao souls inside. Although it can only be used once, it can display the power of a mid-stage void turbulent cultivator. This is the reason I can summon the 9th ancestor with soul attraction origin. With this, you can summon the 9th ancestor with soul attraction origin. As long as you can enter the 8th floor, you can take it. Do you want to bet or not? Yin Lu's sharp voice echoed across the Soul Scripture Pavilion. Wang Lin stopped as he walked toward the 7th floor. He felt the soul fluctuations coming from the 6th floor and began to ponder. He had too few treasures right now. If he wanted to gain a foothold on the immortal astral continent, aside from his own cultivation, treasures were also important. If I can get my hands on this, I'll have a trump card that can threaten mid-stage void turbulent cultivators. Wang Lin pondered, and his gaze swept toward the staircase leading to the 8th floor. The dust on the staircase was even thicker. It was obvious no one had been there for a long time. Wang Lin had also scanned the 7th floor with his divine sense and found a more complete soul attraction origin and multi-layered illusion. However, compared to the 8th floor, it was much more complete. If I don't use my avatar's power, I fear it will be difficult to walk up the stairs to the 8th floor. Wang Lin frowned and weighed the pros and cons in his heart. At the same time, he slowly sensed the location of his avatar. Yin Lu was on the 6th floor, waiting for Wang Lin's reply. While pondering, she felt a bit anxious. She was worried that Wang Lin would not agree, but she also wondered if Wang Lin would really have a way to enter the 8th floor if he agreed. This should be impossible. That umbrella is of great use to me. I'm really unwilling to let him take it away so easily. The 8th floor, there is the will of a late-stage void turbulent cultivator there. With Wang Lin's cultivation, he will definitely be injured if he passes the 7th floor. He can't pass the 8th floor. Just as Yin Lu was feeling uncertain, Wang Lin's words came from the 7th floor. If you want to bet, then let's bet. Wang Lin's words were decisive. He had to obtain the gourd with 30 million Dao souls. Also, when he sensed his avatar's growth was much faster than he expected. Even if he sent some power to his original body, it wouldn't have much of an impact. Compared to this, Wang Lin made up his mind. When Yin Lu heard Wang Lin's words, she suddenly felt regret. She didn't know why, but the decisiveness in Wang Lin's voice shocked her. This. Yin Lu's eyes were filled with hesitation. What? You don't dare? If you don't dare, then forget it. Don't blame Wang for erasing the divine sense on the blue umbrella. Wang Lin smiled. His right hand held the blue umbrella, and his left hand was about to erase the divine sense on it. Okay, I'll bet with you. I don't believe you can enter the 7th and 8th floors in a row. Yin Lu clenched her teeth. Wang Lin laughed and charged toward the stairs leading to the 8th floor. As he walked down, Wang Lin's mind formed a connection with his avatar. This connection ignored all the restrictions of the Great Soul Sect. Even the countless laws of the immortal astral continent entered Wang Lin's body in a way no one could see. His eyes lit up, and with 7 steps, he arrived at the stairs leading to the 8th floor. He raised his foot and took a step forward. Yin Lu watched carefully. The moment Wang Lin's foot landed on the stairs, the cultivators of the Great Soul Sect that were about to scatter trembled and looked up. Even the expressions of the old monsters in closed-door cultivation changed greatly. The shadow in the sky above the Great Soul Sect had already dissipated, but at this moment, a giant staircase that was even larger than before appeared. It gave off a shocking aura and was countless times brighter than before. This staircase led to the 8th floor of the Soul Scripture Pavilion. Wang Lin's figure appeared once more on the staircase. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and everyone's minds trembled. He actually wants to enter the 8th floor. This is something rarely seen in hundreds of years. I actually saw someone break through the 7th and 8th floors in a row. An uproar broke out as the elders in secluded meditation looked on with serious expressions. At this moment, Patriarch Azurbul was no longer able to maintain his composure. He rose to his feet, his expression flickering, and it was difficult for him to conceal the shock in his heart. He wants to go to the 8th floor. Entering the 7th floor 3 years early is already strange. If he really wants to enter the 8th floor, it will be 30 years early. This esteemed Green Bull didn't know if this was good or bad for the Great Soul Sect, but it was different from the divination of the first-generation ancestor. This made him feel uneasy. Yin Lu, who was on the 6th floor, was inside the Soul Scripture Pavilion and couldn't enter the 7th floor. She couldn't see what was happening on the 7th floor, and her divine sense couldn't even enter. However, with her cultivation level, she had her own methods. In the Great Soul Sect, in Yin Lu's newly obtained peak, one of her disciples was looking at the sky in shock. However, her body trembled and her eyes were filled with confusion. In a short moment, the female disciple's soul was suppressed and replaced by the divine sense Yin Lu had left on the mountain. She became Yin Lu's eyes. Monthly tickets are not enough. I urgently need monthly tickets. Chapter 1836. The world trembled, and the giant staircase seemed to lead to the end of the heavens. Standing on the first step, Wang Lin was like a celestial god. His white hair fluttered, and he gave off an indescribable sense of elegance. He lowered his head, and his gaze swept the earth before landing on Yin Lu's peak and the female disciple that Yin Lu's divine sense had replaced. The female disciple's body trembled, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Under Wang Lin's gaze, Yin Lu felt like her divine sense was going to be blasted out of the female disciple's body. It felt like if Wang Lin's gaze lingered on her for a moment longer, her divine sense would be blasted out. She had never felt this kind of feeling before. Although the young ancestor could do this, his aura gave Yin Lu a different feeling. At this instant, in Yin Lu's eyes, it was as if Wang Lin was no longer the Wang Lin she had seen before. This illusion was very strange. It was clearly the same person, but it gave her 2 completely different shocks. She wasn't the only one shocked. All the cultivators in the Great Soul Sect who met Wang Lin's gaze felt their minds rumble and their bodies tremble. They all felt like their souls were going to be blasted out of their bodies, and their origin souls were going to be blasted out of their bodies. Regardless of the level of their cultivation bases, disciples of the lowest level, elders with profound cultivation bases, and even the eccentrics who had just emerged from secluded meditation, felt their minds reeling, and their nascent divinities felt as if they were about to be separated from their bodies. All of this was because of Wang Lin's terrifying gaze. There was also Old Ancestor Green Bull in the green heavenly peak. After Wang Lin's gaze swept past Yin Lu, he turned to look at Old Ancestor Green Bull. Old Ancestor Green Bull's expression changed greatly, and his body trembled. Green gas appeared behind him and turned into his essence true body. Wang Lin's gaze quickly dissipated, but Old Ancestor Green Bull's mind trembled, and he revealed a look of shock. That gaze was emotionless, indifferent, and it even seemed as if everything in the world was beneath his feet and needed to bow down to him. Old Ancestor Azure Bull had never been to the imperial city of the Daoji lineage, so he had never seen the huge floating city or the statue of the ancient ancestor that seemed to support the sky. If he had seen it before, he would definitely find it extremely familiar. At this moment, the giant Wang Lin image in the sky is shockingly similar to the ancient ancestor's aura. However, in terms of the details, there are some differences. What happened to him? This person is definitely not Wang Lin. Who is he? Ancestor Azure Bull's face was pale. His body flickered as he walked out of the cave and hovered in midair, his expression extremely serious. The giant Wang Lin image in the sky withdrew his gaze from the earth and closed his eyes. Old Ancestor Green Bull didn't know about Wang Lin's secret, so he didn't know that the person who had appeared was also Wang Lin. However, that shocking aura came from his avatar. The moment Wang Lin closed his eyes, he raised his foot and calmly took a step. When his step landed, the world rumbled and the giant staircase trembled as if it couldn't withstand Wang Lin's step. It was as if Wang Lin's step had come from the distant void. Forget the Soul Scripture Pavilion. Not even the Great Soul Sect or the entire Heavenly Bull Continent could withstand this step. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, Wang Lin took another step. He didn't stop at all, but he didn't feel anxious either. He was very calm as he slowly walked up the stairs, as if he was walking in his own home. The third step, the fourth step, the fifth step. As the people of the Great Soul Sect silently watched, they saw Wang Lin take 15 steps with his eyes closed. He walked up 15 steps without stopping at all. It was as if the restrictions on the stairs were insignificant to him. This scene caused all the disciples of the Great Soul Sect to turn pale. All the old monsters were shocked, and Ancestor Green Bull gasped. Yin Lu's divine sense on the female disciple trembled, as if it was going to dissipate. She clenched her fists, and her nails dug into her flesh, causing blood to drip down. The world rumbled. Wang Lin raised his foot and walked up the 16th step, the 17th step, and the 18th step. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. The pressure of the world spread out from his eyes and shrouded the earth below. Everyone who saw it subconsciously lowered their heads and didn't dare to look. The female disciple with Yin Lu's divine sense trembled as if Yin Lu's divine sense was about to dissipate. Yin Lu, I won. A calm voice echoed across the world. Wang Lin took the last step onto the 19th step and entered the 8th floor of the Soul Scripture Pavilion. The moment he spoke, the female disciple with Yin Lu's divine sense trembled violently, and her divine sense dissipated. The female disciple retreated a few steps, and her eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, the entire Great Soul Sect was dead silent. However, a monstrous uproar soon erupted. He succeeded. He passed through the 7th and 8th floors in a row. This Elder Wang actually entered the 8th floor. His gaze is too terrifying. I have never seen such a gaze from a cultivator. In the green heavenly peak, Ancestor Green Bull looked at the giant shadow that was slowly disappearing. His expression changed and revealed a complicated expression. In the Soul Scripture Pavilion, on the 6th floor, Yin Lu's face instantly lost all color. Her body trembled, and she silently stood at the entrance to the 7th floor. There seemed to be a powerful force surrounding the gourd in her hand, and it was about to take it away. However, just at this moment, Yin Lu clenched her teeth and grabbed the gourd. You want to go back on your word? The moment Yin Lu grabbed the gourd, Wang Lin's voice came from the 8th floor. At the same time, the sound of footsteps came from above Yin Lu. The moment Wang Lin entered the 8th floor, he turned around and walked down. As long as one successfully entered the 7th or 8th floor, no more changes would occur in the Great Soul Sect. Outsiders couldn't see this, but Yin Lu felt like a celestial was walking toward her from the 8th floor. Creak, creak, the sound of footsteps echoed inside the Soul Scripture Pavilion. Wang Lin slowly walked down the steps and soon arrived at the 7th floor. Since you made the bet, you want to go back on your word. Yin Lu, this bet wasn't proposed by Wang. You proposed it yourself. Wang Lin's voice was calm, without any fluctuations. It came from the 7th floor and entered Yin Lu's ears. Yin Lu's pupils shrank, and she saw Wang Lin's right foot land at the end of the stairs to the 7th floor. From her position, she could only see his right foot and not Wang Lin's body. When Wang Lin's foot landed, Yin Lu felt like she was standing in the world and facing the vast sun. Are you sure you want to go back on your word? Wang Lin slowly walked down the stairs. His voice contained the majesty of the heavens. This majesty seemed to surpass the restrictions of the Soul Scripture Pavilion and the law of the immortal astral continent as it descended on the Great Soul Sect. As Wang Lin continued to walk down, his legs and body slowly appeared before Yin Lu. Are you sure? Answer me. On the 9th step, Wang Lin stepped down and revealed his complete body. His words were calm, but they echoed like thunder. Yin Lu's face turned pale, and she retreated several steps. There was panic in her eyes. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten her own cultivation and felt like an ant before Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin was no longer Wang Lin to her. Who are you? Yin Lu's eyes were bloodshot and her voice was hoarse. At this moment, Wang Lin was using the aura of his avatar to suppress Yin Lu. Once he completely suppressed her mind, he would open a crack in her Tao heart so that when she met him in the future, she would feel fear in her heart. As a result, this woman would no longer be a threat to him in the future. There was no deep hatred between them, and Wang Lin wasn't trying to destroy her Tao heart. This woman's cultivation would return to normal in the future, but when facing Wang Lin, she would feel fear in her heart and wouldn't dare to fight him. Hand it over. Wang Lin stepped down 2 more steps and casually raised his right hand. However, Yin Lu felt like Wang Lin's 2 steps had landed on her mind, making her feel like the world was collapsing. If she didn't follow Wang Lin's words and hand over the gourd in her hand, she would be crushed to death by the world. While trembling, the light in Yin Lu's eyes seemed to dissipate. She couldn't bear this pressure. At this moment, Wang Lin's aura made her feel fear she had never felt before. Her right hand slowly loosened and the gourd flew toward Wang Lin and landed in Wang Lin's palm. Wang Lin's eyes looked calm, but they shined brightly. This was the first time he had used his avatar's aura to suppress someone. The power of this aura shocked him. Holding the gourd in his hand, Wang Lin turned around and walked up the stairs to the 7th and 8th floors. He still had to choose a spell. It wasn't until Wang Lin left and his figure disappeared from Yin Lu's sight that the aura that made her feel fear slowly dissipated. Yin Lu's body softened and she retreated a few steps. Her heart felt bitter and her expression was complicated. On the 8th floor, Wang Lin slowly walked up. The ground here was covered in dust, as if no one had come here for a long time. This floor wasn't big, and there were 9 7-inch soul bodies floating there that gave off a soft glow. These 9 soul bodies contained 9 extremely powerful spells of the Great Soul Sect. Any one of them could destroy the world. Chapter 1837. In the 8th floor of the Soul Scripture Pavilion, the shocking aura from Wang Lin's body slowly dissipated until it completely disappeared. It returned to the avatar in the vast void. Wang Lin didn't want to use the power of his avatar too much. He only needed to use it at the right time and not excessively. Otherwise, it would not benefit his avatar at all and might even wither and die. As for borrowing the power of his avatar to enter the 9th floor, this idea had appeared in Wang Lin's mind. However, Wang Lin could vaguely feel that the pressure on the staircase to the 9th floor was extremely powerful. It wasn't that he couldn't go up, but the price was too high. It was not worth it to force his way up with his current cultivation level. After weighing the pros and cons, Wang Lin gave up on the idea of entering the 9th floor. He scattered the aura of his avatar and began to carefully observe the 8th floor. In the Soul Scripture Pavilion, one could only choose one spell. Not even Wang Lin could change this. His gaze swept past the 9 7-inch soul bodies one by one. Wang Lin felt the Soul Origin spell, the multi-layered illusion Dao, and the Soul I Dao that made him smile wryly inside the 9 spells. As for the other spells, Wang Lin hadn't seen anyone use them personally, but he still scanned them one by one. The Great Soul Sect was famous for the Soul Illusion spell. Most of the core disciples could use this multi-layered illusion spell, but in truth, they could only use 3 or 4 layers at most. They couldn't display the terrifying power of this spell. Once they reached the 8th layer, the power would be heaven-shaking. Wang Lin's gaze stopped on the 3rd soul body. The soul body he was looking at contained the multi-layered illusion spell. Only 8 layers. The limit is 9 layers. Without the 9th layer, it is incomplete. Wang Lin frowned slightly. It looks like the complete version of this spell is on the 9th floor of the Soul Scripture Pavilion. Wang Lin pondered and looked at the 7th soul body. The aura this soul body gave off was as powerful as the multi-layered illusion spell. This 7th soul body contained the Soul Origin technique that Yin Lu had used before. Moreover, this technique was extremely complete in the 8th level of the soul body. Wang Lin pondered for a while before choosing between the 2 soul body cultivation techniques. Even if I don't go to the 9th floor now, I will definitely go there in the future. After all, I must obtain the 9-layered illusion technique. In that case, I don't need to make a decision right now. Besides, I have the gourd, so choosing the complete soul origin is the most suitable choice right now. After a while, a hint of determination flashed through Wang Lin's eyes. After he made up his mind, he didn't change his mind. He took a step forward and arrived next to the 7th soul body. He sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with his right hand before pointing at the 7th soul body floating in the sky. The 7th soul body's body trembled and a ghostly light shined. It covered the entire 8th level and slowly floated down. It floated above the top of Wang Lin's head as if it was meditating. Waves of smoke like ghostly lines spread out from the 7th soul body and slowly entered Wang Lin's body through his eyes, ears, nose, and other orifices. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The moment the smoke-like lines entered his body, there seemed to be a voice whispering in his ear. Waves of complex chants slowly imprinted themselves into his soul, as if they were instinctive. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had been cultivating on the 8th floor for 3 days. During these 3 days, he didn't move at all and focused on absorbing the soul fusion origin from the 7th soul body. He didn't know that his figure had been deeply imprinted in the minds of every disciple in the Great Soul Sect. He had almost become a legend. Although there had been people in the Great Soul Sect who had entered the 7th and 8th levels, there hadn't been many of them since ancient times. The identity and origin of this new elder named Wang became a topic of speculation among the disciples of the Great Soul Sect. There were many speculations, but none of them matched the truth. The few people who knew the truth wouldn't easily speak of it. Whether it was the Fan Shanming sisters or old ancestor Green Bull, none of them would speak of it. Even Yin Lu had been suppressed by Wang Lin's aura in the Soul Scripture Pavilion, and fear of Wang Lin had appeared in her Dao heart. She naturally didn't want to mention anything about Wang Lin. As for the identity of the cultivator from the ancient kingdom, under Ancestor Azure Bull's powerful orders, he was completely silenced. 3 days of time wasn't enough to extinguish the storm of speculation about Wang Lin. On the morning of the 4th day, when the first ray of sunlight swept across the earth, Wang Lin opened his eyes in the 8th level of the Soul Scripture Pavilion. His eyes seemed different from before. It was as if there was a trace of mist surrounding them, making them look like a dream. Anyone who looked at them would be immersed in them, unable to free themselves. Soul origin. So that's how it is. Wang Lin murmured as he closed his eyes once more. After a long time, he let out a mouthful of foul air, stood up, and walked down the stairs. Wang Lin walked down the stairs step by step. He went from the 8th level of the Soul Scripture Pavilion to the 5th level, the 3rd level, and finally the 1st level. The spells of the Great Soul Sect, whether it is the Soul Dao or Soul Fantasy Origin, they all require a fragment of my soul to communicate with the world and use it to cast a series of spells. No wonder I couldn't fully understand the multi-layered illusion spell back in the cave world and could only use the ghostly sail. Once the sail is no longer in my hand, I can't use it anymore. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as he walked out of the Soul Scripture Pavilion. Wang Lin flew out along the rift outside the Soul Scripture Pavilion. The moment he left, the rift outside the green heavenly peak closed. Inside the green heavenly peak, old Ancestor Green Bull looked at Wang Lin's back and let out a sigh of relief. If Wang Lin had entered the 9th floor 300 years earlier, he really wouldn't know what to do. The first-generation ancestor divined that this Wang Lin will enter the 9th floor 300 years later. On the 9th day, the 3 great sects of the Green Devil Continent will join forces to destroy the Great Soul Sect and the Gue E Sect. Their goal is to obtain the suppressed Heavenly Bull soul under the Heavenly Bull Continent. Old Ancestor Green Bull silently pondered and revealed a worried expression. Although he knew all of this ahead of time and had made a series of preparations, the heavens were unpredictable. He felt uneasy about the future from Wang Lin. The first-generation ancestor founded the Great Soul Sect, and his identity is extremely mysterious. Even the later generations of ancestors don't know. However, rumor has it that my Great Soul Sect Soul Dao originally had 2 parts, and one of them was called the Dao Soul. Rumor has it that the first-generation ancestor was a disciple of a very powerful sect hidden on the immortal astral continent. However, in his generation, there were 2 disciples. They inherited the Soul Dao and the Dao Soul, 2 different spells. Due to some reason, the first-generation ancestor gave up the right to inherit the Dao and left by himself. He came to the Heavenly Bull Continent that had just been sealed by the celestial ancestor and founded the Great Soul Sect here. There is also a rumor. Esteemed Green Bull thought about the last rumor, and his heart trembled. He looked up into the distance toward the central continent. This last rumor was actually the result of the disciples of the Great Soul Sect gathering all the information they could find. However, because it was too shocking, it was called a rumor. Rumor has it that in the imperial city of the central continent, the imperial teacher is from the mysterious Dao lineage and learns a spell called the Dao Soul. Esteemed Green Bull silently pondered and felt very uneasy. After a long time, he let out a sigh and began to cultivate. Wang Lin flew through the Great Soul Sect. The Great Soul Sect was very large, and he couldn't see the end at a glance. He could only see the towering mountains. However, wherever Wang Lin passed, divine senses would spread out from the mountains and clasp their hands at Wang Lin. They were very friendly greetings. Wang Lin's personality had always been like this. If others respected him, he would naturally respect them. Along the way, he clasped his hands at his fellow sect members before returning to his burning mountain. Outside the mountain, Fan Shanming was still there. She was tired and didn't dare to leave. As he closed in on the mountain, Wang Lin's gaze swept past Fan Shanming. His expression was calm, and the moment he stepped onto the mountain, his voice echoed. "Come in, this cave mountain is still a bit messy. Clean it up and find a cave to live in. Be ready to be summoned at any time." Fan Shanmeng lowered her head and nodded. She clenched her teeth and walked into the burning mountain. The heat wave hit her face, and she began to sweat even more. It took a long time for her to endure it. She viciously looked at Wang Lin's departing figure and suppressed the resentment in her heart. She followed Wang Lin's orders and began to clean up the caves on the mountain. Wang Lin returned to the cave at the top of the mountain and sat down. He waved his right hand, and 3 boxes appeared. These 3 boxes were the 3 gifts esteemed Green Bull had given him. The Great Soul Sect seems to be treating me pretty well. I can really consider staying here for a while before going to find teacher. I don't have a complete understanding of Master's situation, but I believe that there will definitely be people who don't accept my sudden arrival, or perhaps there will be conflicts. If that's the case, I have to increase my cultivation before I go find Master. At Wang Lin's cultivation level, he could vaguely sense some of the dangers in the future. Although it was not as clear as those who divined the changes in the world, it was still a form of assurance. He had a vague feeling that there was a calamity of his own in the ancient Tao that was slowly forming. As long as my cultivation level is high enough, none of these calamities will be a problem. Let's see what kind of gift the person who divined that I would come here left for me. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his gaze fell on the first box. The sound of the renovation is too annoying. I ask for monthly votes to be at ease. Count down to 300 alliances. The glory of the celestial renegade begins a new chapter. Thank you for the sorrow mineral water, rich child, peach blossom, and clear eyes. Fellow cultivator is the Celestial Renegade Alliance leader and has achieved the glory of the Celestial Renegade Alliance. Thank you very much. I will send you Greedy Wolf's followers and treasures. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.